Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, friends. And welcome to a very interesting stream indeed. Today, I will be working with all of you, everyone in chat, together to make a mod for Stardew Valley. What will that mod consist of? What will it entail? That's up to you. That's all up to you guys. You know how, like, everyone wants to be the ideas guy? The person who, like, has the ideas and spits them out but doesn't have to do any of the actual work? You today, chat, every one of you, have full license to be the ideas people. And I'm the person who has to try and bring it to life with my moderate level of coding fluency. This may also serve as a jumping off point if you've ever wanted to make a mod yourself. This is not going to be, I'm not going to be doing any like actual coding this stream. I will say that we're not making like a C# mod, which is like where you actually like go in and can change like the game's code and do some like really dynamic things. This is what's going to be called a content patcher mod, which is basically where you just write in JSON, which is like a specific format of text. Which doesn't involve like the traditional traps of coding, like, you know, variables and loops and all that sort of stuff. What are the limitations on what's possible? I'm glad you asked, Mary Pro. I was going to make like a cute little graphic or like a presentation or something to be like, here's a list of everything that I feel like I could add to the game, and here's the sort of things that I can't really add to the game. But when I went to go and make that list, I realized that like there's so many different like things and different like niches of things that it would be very complicated to look at, I think. Oh, I saw it, Suze. I just chose not to acknowledge it. Happy birthday to you too, though. But I did find what I think is, I mean, it's a resource that I use all the time in my mod learning journey. And I think it'll be useful for all of us to, or for you, if you're not familiar with like how mods work or like what can be added via a content patcher mod, which is limited but still has a lot of power. And that is actually on the Stardew Valley wiki. There is a whole modding section. So if you type !modding into chat, there's a new command that will take you to the modding index for Stardew Valley. And that is basically, you can scroll through that and you can look and see all the different categories of things that have the potential to be added. To show you what I mean, I can just load it up here. This is what the modding index looks like. So you'd start up here, but if you want to see like you go creating mods, you can go down here and you can see specific topics, and basically anything that's like that has like a topic header here is something that you could suggest in theory for us to try and add. So like, you know, NPCs, we can change dialogue, gift tastes, quests. You can add any of these sorts of different items, crops, fruit trees, giant crops, machines, recipes, wild trees. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. We can add different locations. I probably wouldn't want to do that because I think that's like really complicated. But technically, it's within the realms of possibility here. Change buffs, buildings. Like, this is why, like, if I tried to condense this all into, like, its own little, like, image of, like, hey, here's what you can add. But the long and the short of it, I think the best way to approach this is going to be, well, we'll get into how I'm actually going to, like, pick ideas from chat in a moment. But if you are suggesting an idea, just, like, don't limit yourself. Just like suggest something like, how about we add this to the game, and I'll let you know if that's possible or not within my own abilities. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Just like if you have an idea, spitball it, and I'll let you know. But before we get into any of that, we got to do our daily games, of course. Gonna pop in and have the stream in the background, playing my time at Sandrock for the first time. Got to get new life sims since can't mod Stardew Valley on console. That's very fair. That's very fair. Enjoy your time at Sandrock. Ember Firebender, thank you for the $10 super chat, by the way. Right out the gate here. Holy. Greatly appreciate the generosity. Wanted to say thank you for your streams, basically getting me through your master's degree. You just finished all your coursework. Oh my gosh. I should be the one sending you money. What the heck? Congratulations. Yo, huge love for Ember in chat. I'm glad that I could be some small piece along your learning journey there. But that's all you. Huge congrats. Huge congrats. That is a long road that you're coming to the end of, I'm sure. Very, very big. Then I owe you money for your masters? Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I'm going to play some Pokedoku and pivot the conversation so I don't have to send everyone money. Pokedoku, Puffurtle, Stardoodle, and then we will get right into things. By the way, I'm not exactly sure how the format of this stream is going to go on a moment-to-moment basis. I've never done like a coding stream or anything like that. I know it's like a pretty popular format, but you'll have to bear with me. I've never done anything quite like this, but I think it'll be fun. I think it's going to be a fun time. Anywho, Rock type, Galar, Rock, Bug, and G-Max form. Let's see, are there any Galar Pokemon that I haven't guessed yet? Galar would be starting right about here. Rock. Wait, what were the options again? Rock, Bug, and G-Max. I would say, I think Sandaconda. Yeah, Sandaconda G-Max gets us there. Rock type in Roly-Coly. And I don't think we have a Bug type. But honestly, 2, with the limited amount of options we have here, is pretty darn good. Roly-Coly. Bug type, we can go with Dottler. And G-Max form, we got Sanda freaking Conda. Big old tornado from Super Mario 64. Shifting Sandland, if you know, you know. Dual type, Rock, Bug, and G-Max form. I don't know if we have any other G-Max forms left to guess. Oh, we have G-Max Kingler, but that's not going to be dual type. Rock, Bug, dual types. Do I have any Rock or Bug types left? There's Boldore, but that's single type. You're not Rock type. Rock and Bug. Your Bug type is just monotype. A lot of monotype Andes left over still. Shelmet. Shelmet doesn't get the Steel typing until it evolves into a Scavalier, I'm pretty sure. Same with Carablast into... Well, Excelgor stays mono bug. So I don't think there are any options here. Choodle gets rock type when it evolves, but I think it's just pure water at the start. So I think, oh, Genesect. Wait, Genesect is bug steel. Genesect will get us there on the dual bug type. That's at least something. Genesect. Easy. And then dual type rock type. Let's go with... Is there like a rock electric? Just for like a weird one. There's Iron Thorns. And dual type G-Max form. Give me G-Max Butterfree. And then poison type here. I won't linger too long. Let's go ahead and do freaking Mega... Or not Mega Garboder, but G-Max Garboder. Poison bug type Venonat. And poison rock type? How about freaking Glimmet, dude? There you go. Not bad. Should have gone with Nihilego, maybe. Feel like... Oh, Nihilego's actually the most common. Yo, Glimmet's the least common. We take those. We take those, man. 3 new entries, which is not always a guarantee in this day and age of Pokedoku, given how many Pokemon we have left to guess total, which is not very many. We guessed 1183 out of 1258. That means we have 75 left to guess, I believe. Not too shabby, dude. Not too shabby. Is the heat better today? I've done more to mitigate the heat. I left my window open overnight to let like all the cool air in, and then I've closed my blinds, like my blackout curtains, to keep the sun out, and I've closed the window to try and maintain the coldness of the air in here. I've got my fan going. I'm doing as much as I can to try and mitigate the heat, and it feels pretty nice in here. It feels like cozier than normal, but we're still only like 10 minutes into the stream, so time will tell. Getting deja vu from when we completed the Pokedex last time. We're still a ways from actually completing it, I would say. We still have to get lucky on a lot of different categories, but slowly but surely. Ooh, okay. Bit of a spicy fish. We got a bit of a dancer here. Going up and down and all around. My first inclination on this is actually pufferfish. Because it's like, it settles down for a little bit, but then it was bouncing around quite a bit there. I'm going to go with pufferfish to start here. Wow. No overlap whatsoever with pufferfish is kind of crazy. Well, there's time overlap, a little bit of time overlap. That's it. That's honestly, like, more information than if, like, all these were yellow, I want to say. No weather overlap means that this is a rainy day fish. A rainy day fish, rainy day freshwater fish, potentially. Not available in the summer. Catfish? There you go. There you go. The quintessential rainy day fish, some may say. Probably like the first really tough fish that most people are going to come across in their Stardew journey. We take those. We take those. Puffertle in 2? I ain't mad about that. The day 3 fish, exactly. You can't get catfish in summer. I think you can, but only in, like, specific areas. You can't get it in its normal, like, river locale in the summer, right? But, like, in, like, the secret woods or the witch's swamp, I think you can get it. Corn. It does regrow. The price is exactly $50. It takes longer to grow than corn, than 14 days. Does not have any seasonal overlap. Huh. Perhaps this could be a cherry or an apricot. It has to be a fruit tree fruit, I think, because it takes longer to grow. I was just trying to think, like, are there really fruit tree fruits that are, like, 50 gold? But I guess the spring fruit tree fruits are actually kind of inexpensive. Yeah, there you go, apricot. I'm just so used to, like, bananas and mangoes and things that actually have some level of prestige to them. But the apricot's just kind of like, I mean, it's diminutive, I must say. Everything in 2. Puffertle in 2. Stardoodle in 2. Technically, we didn't get 2 things in the Pokedoku. We got 3 things. 3 new additions in the Pokedoku. But that's alright. It's even better, some may say. What was the other game I played yesterday? You missed it? The Pokemon type matchup quiz, where I was like, you have a minute to get as many questions answered correctly as possible when it comes to, like, what's the effectiveness of this type versus this type in Pokemon. That was a fun one. I like that. But we'll skip that for today. Alright. Well, this is normally the part where I would open the game, but we can't open the game until we've actually modded something into the game. So, I guess this is where we freaking get started here, right? Can I, like, zoom in on this somehow? No, I can't zoom in on this part. Okay. Boop. All right. Let me make sure everything is in order on my end. It should all be fine here. Yeah. Can we make a raccoon NPC named Chat who randomly takes one item from the farmer's inventory as a gift every time you talk to it, and it's roommateable? What an oddly specific suggestion, Mary Pro. That one thing I will say, while I technically do have the capability to add, like, a whole new NPC, that on its own would probably be, like, multiple streams worth of work. There's a lot that goes into adding a new NPC into this game, even though you can do it without coding. There's a lot that goes in. So I feel like we should probably have, like, a rule where it's like, no adding, we can't add new wholesale NPCs. If we do want to do that at some point, then I wouldn't be opposed. Like, I'm not opposed to, like, continuing adding on to this mod over extra streams and stuff and just like making it as big as we want. We will see. All right. Let me show you what we got working with, what we're working with here, okay? Because I do want this to serve as like sort of a jumping off point for making your own mod as well if you want to. So, what do I have set up so far? I've set up a couple things. I've set up basically just the basic format of how we need to make this mod. And this is what that looks like. This is what that looks like. We have two different files here, content.json and manifest.json. And then we have three different folders in there. The assets folder is, right now I just have like a blank PNG in there that's just for objects. That's basically where you store any like images of things that you want to add to the game. How do I go back? Hold on a second. Is there like a keybind that lets me just like go back easily when I'm like full screen like this? I don't know. I've never done that. Usually I click the back button. Alt left arrow. Okay, that'll work. You know what? You don't really need to see the like the data structure, I guess. I guess we should let's get right into adding some things, shall we? I'll show you what the general stream is going to look like here. This is basically what I've got right now. I currently have, I've set up some just a basic framework to get us started here. This is our manifest.json. And what is a JSON file? It's basically just writing text in a particular format. Most JSON will look like this, where you have it in like these curly braces. And then you have something here, which is like called a key. And then, or an index or something. And then you have like the data corresponding to that index. So in our manifest, this is just telling the mod basically like all the information about our mod. It's telling the game, like, okay, what's the name of this mod, who made it, all that stuff, what's the description we should use. Very basic stuff. So I just got it called community mod right now. Once we actually, like, add some stuff in, we'll probably change the name once we start getting, like, a feel for the personality of this mod. Is this big enough, by the way, chat? Because I can zoom in a little further here if you need me to. But I just want to make sure it's, like, legible. I want it to be legible, but also not, like, so close that it's, like, scrolling off the screen and stuff. You can see it well? That's good? Alright. Alright. Good to know. So yeah, I've just got my name, description, very basic stuff here. Then we have content.json. And technically, this is, like, the only file you really need beyond, like, the actual images and stuff that you want to add to the game. You could just write everything in this file, but I like to try and organize things a little bit better. So what I've done here, this format 2.7.0, that's just the current version of the content patcher, which is what we're making this mod for. So you need the content patcher mod itself, which is a very common mod. Most mods these days for Stardew use content patcher, so you're probably familiar with it if you know anything about Stardew modding, or if you have ever played a modded game. And then these are the different changes that we're making, and you can see basically this is how it's all done. You make your list of changes, and then you tell it, hey, here's what I want you to do. I want you to load this file from here. And I want you to load this file from here. And it's basically just pointing to where those files are within the structure of your mod. And then where we're actually doing work is going to be in other files that we can include here. Like I can just put, right now I've only got this one included for objects.json. Because most things, if we want to add them to the game, are probably going to require something in objects.json. If you want to add like any new item to the game, basically it has to go in here. But you let me worry about that. Let me worry about where all the stuff is going to go. And let's get this show on the road, shall we? You'll get a feel for it as we go along here. And if you're not familiar with code, if all of this is Greek to you and you're just like along for the ride, you just have some cool idea that you want to get into the game, don't let this intimidate you. This is inevitably going to be like the bulk of the stream is me like trying to figure out how to get something into the game, but we will have times where we go into the game and actually like test it, and you get to see the fruits of your labor. So all right, you've dealt with JSON files before, then you may have an inkling of what's going on here, and then this default.json, we'll fill that out later, don't worry about that. Okay, so how do you go about suggesting an idea? I think the best way to do this is Nightbot, our lovely stream bot friend, has a feature, a giveaway feature. It's normally designed to like pick a random user in chat, and then they can they receive like a giveaway or whatever. We can use it just to pick a random person in chat, and then that person can suggest an idea, and we'll roll with it as best we can. I think that's probably the best way to go about this. So instead of making it so that Nightbot can just pick anybody in chat, because some people in chat might just be like along for the ride, lurking, whatever. I think we should make it an opt-in process, and you can do that by assigning a keyword for Nightbot to look for, and then anyone who types that keyword into chat will be eligible for the next the next pick. So if you have an idea, if you think you have something you want to suggest for the mod, then I will get you to type the keyword, but I don't know what the keyword's going to be yet. Let's just do exclamation point. It should be something relatively simple, so that way people don't get confused about it. Exclamation point. Do we have exclamation point homie yet? Is that an actual command? Because I could just do that one. Exclamation point pick me. Exclamation. I could just do exclamation point mod. Yeah. We'll do exclamation point mod just to keep it simple. All right. Forgive me, it's been a while since we've done this one here. So boring. Hey, sometimes it's best to keep it simple. Sometimes it's best to just keep it simple. Okay, let me open that up. All right. Exclamation point mod, I believe, is now open. So if you want to opt in, you can type exclamation point mod. If you have an idea, you should be able to exclamation point mod yourself in. We'll leave it open for like a minute or so here to let people type it, opt in if they want to, and then we'll pick a winner. You'll upvote ideas. No bad ideas around here. I'll let you know if there's an idea that I think is too tough for me to implement or is going to take too long, but there's no bad ideas in concept. All right. I'm going to choose a winner. Nightbot, please pick a random person in chat. Antonia? Antonia, but there's been no bias. There's no bias here. It's just no mod privileges. It just happened to land on Antonia. It's not rigged, chat. It's not rigged. It just happened to land on Antonia. Okay, Antonia, what is your idea? What would you like to see added or changed within the game? You're setting the precedent here, the first thing that you want to see added or changed within the game. You can change an existing item, you can add something new, you can change an NPC, you can go for something. You have no idea right now. I mean, I can pick a different winner. I could re-roll if you want me to re-roll, I can re-roll. That's always an option too. Take your time. We got all the time in the world. Please, you want me to re-roll? Okay. I will re-roll then. Moth's Music Box. You are the re-rolled winner. Antonia, we can come back to you. Moth's Music Box. Congratulations. Nightbot has chosen you. What would you like to have added to Stardew Valley? Added or changed within Stardew Valley? You want more possums to spawn. I don't know if I can do that. You want like those random possums that spawn? You want them to like show up more frequently. That I don't know if I can do. Change the rate of spawning on the possums. Change all the other critter sprites to possum sprites. I've never tinkered with like the critters. I don't know if like critters are something that is within the scope of Content Patcher. I can go and try and find out. Let's see. What are we making a mod for? Whatever chat decides. We're soliciting ideas currently. If you want the chance to have your idea heard, !mod, and that you'll be added to the potential choice. No enemies, only possums. What, just like replace every enemy sprite with the possum sprite? That would be absurd. That sounds kind of hilarious. Wait, animals. Is this animals as in like farm animals? Yeah, this is farm animals here. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at here. Give me a second. Okay. This is our modding index. This is basically our roadmap to trying to figure out however to do what we want to do. So there's all these different categories of things. You can find this page for yourself on the wiki, !modding, if you want to see this page for yourself and like dive in to see what's possible. Let's see. Is there a section for critters? I checked this section here for animals. But I believe this is for farm animals specifically. So this is like if we want to add a possum as like a farm animal. What if we make Sebastian a possum? He's like the only dark and rating and antisocial. I mean, I can do that. I can change Sebastian to be a possum. I would just have to change his entire sprite sheet. I would basically just have to replace his entire sprite sheet with one that only contains possum sprites. I could do that. It would be a little goofy because I don't think the possum has that many sprites, right? How many sprites does the possum even have? And a possum portrait? It's under other animals on the wiki. Other animals. Game locations. Locations. Is it in here? Animals. Animal shop. No, that's not what we want. Game location, try to add critters. We're trying to, I don't know if is that something I can do without actually like C#? Because we're not C#ing it up in here. We're doing location contexts. Animal. Nope. Okay, so do we want to... We're only C-flatting, exactly. We're only doing content patcher, creating content mods with JSON. This one right here. There's a lot of information here, but maybe they're not counted as animals. I don't know how the game creates critters, like little critters, like the butterflies and the squirrels and stuff. That I do not know how to do. So I think we're nixing that. I can't change the critter data of anything here. You know nothing about modding. That's okay. That's okay. I can't adjust the possum spawn rate, but I can still do something with possums. What would you like done with possums? I could add possums as a farm animal. I could replace Sebastian with possum sprites. I think I can replace other sprites with possums. Probably a set of spawns and the probability. Possum farm animal, please. Okay, we can try and do that. Let's start with that. We can make a possum farm animal. This I can do. This I can do. Okay. I am going to pin your message, Moth, so that we know what we're working on here. Possum farm animal. All right, let's work together to make this happen. So we're gonna need a sprite sheet for the possum, but we'll worry about that later. We'll worry about the actual art of the possum momentarily, but let's get the actual code for the possum sorted out here. So let's see. We are going to need a new file here for the farm animals. Why not raccoon farm animal? I mean, Moth suggested possum. Moth's getting possum. We want possums. All right, let me add a new farmanimals.json. Do this. So basically what I'm doing here, I can show you this. So these are like all our different data files. If you, this is like the main folder for our mod here. We've got the data, the content. The content, we go into data, and then we have farm animal. Hold on, farm animals.json. We can go ahead and open that up. It's just a blank text file. I'm editing with Notepad++, in case you're wondering. And we're going to need to go to our base content file, because this is the file the game looks at to tell like what stuff you want to add. And you can see we have like an include action here, so we're going to just go ahead and put a comma next to that one, and we're going to include data/farmanimals.json. Just that easy. All right, save that. Then we'll go to our farm animals, and you always start with some curly braces, this much I know. And then we're going to do changes, because we're changing the game. And we do brackets like that. And then you do more curly braces. That's basically how any of them start. That's basically how all the changes we're going to do are going to start. Okay, so we want to do action. And we're doing edit data. If you're wondering how I like know all this stuff, like how I know like what edit data is and all that stuff, it's all in the content patcher documentation, which is also accessible via like the modding index, but you let me worry about that. This should be target is going to be, I believe, data/farm animals, according to what we have over on the wiki here. You can add or edit farm animals by editing the data/farm animals asset. And then this is all the stuff that we're gonna have to fill in for the possums. Let's do, can I full screen this? Can I like go between two different full screens? Let's go. Okay. Okay, target farm animals. And I believe then we just do entries, because we're making a new entry here. Okay. So our entry, do I have the JSON viewer plugin? I don't think so. I have it. It's worked this way for me. I don't know what JSON viewer does. Possum cheese. I feel like Stardew is lacking in possums. We have so many raccoons, but no love for possums. If anyone wants to make a, I don't know if we have any aspiring artists in chat right now who would be willing to help on the art side, because art's gonna take a while here. If you want to make a, well, first I guess we should decide, is a possum a barn or a coop animal? Like how big is the possum gonna be? Are we thinking possum is like a one wide animal like a chicken, or a two wide animal like a cow? Barn? Big old possum. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It might eat the coop animals. One wide. I feel like a two wide possum, like a 2-tile wide possum is more fitting. But I feel like aren't they normally 2 tiles wide in the game, like the actual possum sprite? Let me see. If anyone wants to look into making art, no, I mean, obviously you don't have to do any of this, but let me see if I can find like a reference point here. Can't we just use the original possum sprites? Well, here's the problem with that. Let me see if I can find... Do we have like a possum... I go to the Spriters resource in order to source all the various Stardew sprites. Let's see. Is there a is the possum its own thing in here? Or is it like under like critters or something? Critters, this one. Possum. So yeah, we have these possum sprites to work with right here. We have these possum sprites, but you'll notice that like the possum sprites here are not they're not the same as like the sprites you would need for like a cow or something like that, right? We need like a forward facing possum and a backwards facing possum, and we need like a possum that's like eating and stuff. Like I'll show you if we go, can I go back here? If we go and find, where would be like a cow? How now, brown cow? Yeah, this is the sort of sprite you would want, right? You can see like there's the cow that's just like standing facing down, then walking and facing right. You don't have to do facing right and facing left because you can just mirror that sprite. And then you have it like where it's like just like sitting there. I think these are like sleeping sprites, I believe. And then these are the eating sprites. And the thing about Stardew is that, like, these are, like, hard-coded this way, I'm pretty sure. So, like, if we were to make a possum sprite sheet, which is what this is a sprite sheet, you would need to have it formatted this same way. So, to best show this, I will... Because I'm probably going to need to make my own spreadsheet ultimately anyway here. Give me 1 second. Can I just download this sprite sheet? Download. We can use some of the existing ones for sure, yeah. But we are going to need to make our own. We're going to need to modify and like Frankenstein our way to a full possum spreadsheet. You can see when I downloaded that sprite sheet, and when I open it up in like my paint.net profile thing here, you can see where it is, and you can see if I like go up here, I believe these are going to be like 32 by 32 sprites. 32 by 32. Yeah, because you can see the selected area down here is 32 by 32. So each of these individual sprites is 32 pixels by 32 pixels. And then like if I go over, like you can use this box basically to fit them all in together, because this whole image is going to be, how wide is this? 128. That's 32 by 4, and then 160 is like 32 by 5, right? Which makes sense because you see it's four sprites wide and 5 tiles tall. So that's the general format we're going to need for a possum sprite. But we'll worry about making the actual sprites. If anyone has artistic proclivities and wants to make some 32 by 32 possum sprites, go off. We'll worry about the actual spriting after we get to the after we're done with the code, though. We'll get the code done. We can reference a file that doesn't exist for the texture for the sprites, and then we can come back and fill it in. Okay, let me get all my stuff sorted back out again here. I'm gonna go farm animals. Moth said they'll make one. Oh, you're gonna work on sprites in a second? Yo, Moth. Pog. I'll race you then. See who can get done first. If you can get done on sprites, or if we can get done on the coding. Okay. And speaking of the coding, so how do we start this? Well, I'll show you. Allow me to elucidate. So when you're adding a new entry into anything, it needs a key of some sort, or an index, or whatever you want to call it. Basically, a name that the name can use to reference it. And for that name, we're gonna do. It's gonna look a little weird, but I'll explain what it means. We're gonna do mod ID in the curly braces and double curly braces, and then we'll do underscore, and then we can use whatever we want here. We'll just do possum. Right? And so basically what this means is that the game will refer to this as... it'll replace this part that says mod ID with the actual ID of our mod. That way, if there was a different mod you added in that also added like a possum animal, then if they like were both named possum, like just possum, then the game wouldn't know what to do, right? But because it's specifically like, oh, this is this mod's version of the possum, and you'll see this little thing showing up a lot. That way you can it's basically the way to keep your mod like separate from other mods to prevent like name confusion and stuff. All right, then we do more curly braces. Okay. And now we go and we start, basically at this point, once you have the actual format set up, you just got to go through all this list of stuff here, and you just got to fill it in. As you can see, for farm animals, there are a lot of different categories. Like each one of these things is like its own thing that we can fill in. A lot of them are optional, though. You can see like optional if not purchasable, optional if not purchasable, optional, optional, optional. There's a lot of optional things that we don't necessarily have to fill in. So we can work with that too. So it's not as intense as it looks. So many curly braces. Okay. Display name. A tokenizable string for the animal's display name. What does a tokenizable string mean? Basically, it just means that you can write it in a specific way that you could, like, that code can, like, code can use it to, like, search for, like, other things to, like, replace in the name. You don't need to worry about it too much, but, like, if we want to, we can just do... display name, we could just do possum, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine if we just want to leave it like that. But if we want to get it, if we want to get a little more creative with it, I do have it set up that we can do something like this instead. Check this out. Wait for it. You do the double curly braces, and you do... This is going to look absolutely arcane if you don't know what the heck is going on. I-18N, colon... And then we would do something like possum underscore name, something like that. I think that's how that's written. I might have to double check that in order to make sure that works right. Basically what this means though is I-18N is, I don't know what it stands for, but we have a folder in our mod architecture that is called, if you go... Hold on, this isn't the right folder here. This is my downloads folder. Silly me. So you can rename, sort of, yeah. But we have a folder here that is called I-18N, and that is actually used mainly for translation purposes. The game will recognize this folder as like its own special thing, and we go in here and you can see default.json, and that's basically just like the default names that we want to fill in. So we will go into this file. Basically what this means here in I-18N is you go, hey, go to that folder and find possum name. So we go here, we got the curly braces, and then we just do possum name. And then you write whatever you want the actual possum's name to be, like how you want it to show up in game. So you could just write possum. But the reason we do it like this instead of just writing possum directly in here is so that if like you can have like a different you can have different files for like different languages basically. I-18 stands for internationalization, yeah. So if we ever wanted to translate this mod into different languages, this is just setting that up ahead of time so that could happen. So you could like have a different JSON file in there for French or Japanese or Korean or German or whatever, any number of languages, and that's that just makes it easy for it. All right. And we'll be using that a lot if there's ever something to like to display in game. That way it's like translation friendly. Not that this is liable to be translated, but you know, good to keep like good practices going like that, I think. Okay. House, the building ID for the main building that houses this animal. So the building ID, you can just click on that. Let's see, what's the building ID? Is it just called like barn? It might just be called barn. Do they have like a list of like what building IDs there are? I've added like coop and barn animals and stuff in the past, so you'd think I would know this. A unique string ID for the building type. Puff chick mod. We don't need to worry about all that. Get me back here. I'm just gonna house. I'm pretty sure I can just write barn, so I'm just gonna do freaking house barn. How you feel about that? Feeling pretty good about that. I mean, we can change that to coop if we really want to. We'll see. We'll see if that throws an error or not. And I'll look into it deeper if I need to. Yeah, I made the pink chicken in that one mod before. Okay, gender. Possible genders for the animal type. Do we want all possums to be male, female, or do we want them to have a chance to be either? How do we feel? Because it's like all cows in the game are female, right? And all chickens. But I think with possums, we're fine. There shouldn't be a reason to have either one or the other, right? They're not normally there for their produce. Both or nothing. Male or female. Let's do it. Gender. Male or female. Apologies to the non-binary members of the audience. The code does not allow for it. I wish it did, but these are the only valid options. Animal shop. Okay, so this is if we want... Do we want the possum to be purchasable from Marnie's animal shop? I think we do, because otherwise we have to add extra coding for like making it purchasable somewhere else. From the raccoons? Now, Marty's got, like, a specific, like, setup to, like, make it... Like, he can't just, like, add an animal to, like, any old shop, I'm pretty sure. If it was, like, coop animal, you could technically, like, have an item that, like, incubates it. But I don't think possum eggs are a thing, so... Okay, purchase price. Half the cost to purchase the animal, the actual price is double this value. Don't know why it's set up like that. Or negative value to disable the purchasing. How much for a possum, chat? What do you think a possum is worth? How much would you pay to have a possum in your barn? $2 gold, 10K. Priceless. 2 gold, 50. A million. 6,500. We'll start. I feel like 65. 65. I mean, I could put 65 in for the memes. That would make it a very cheap animal to purchase at Marnie's. Because it would be, remember, it's double this value, so it would be 130. Do we want the mod to be balanced, or is it silly? I think we're fine doing silly. I don't think we're worrying too much about game balance here. I mean, maybe. It depends on honestly, what you want. Moth, wait, Moth Music Box, are you here? Or are you working on stuff right now? Do you have a price you would like for your possum? We could go 6,500. 6,500 could be fun. What's 6,500 divided by 2? That's 3,250, right? 3,250. 3,265. 3,250. Let's leave it there for right now. 3,250, which it would double to be the purchase price at Marnie's. Okay. Shop texture, the asset name for the icon texture to show in the rows. So that's another art thing that we need to worry about later. Basically what that is if you remember when you go to Marnie's and you buy an animal like a cow or a chicken or whatever, there's that icon that shows up in the actual menu itself of like the cow's face or like the chicken sitting there, and you click that to buy the animal. That's what that is. And then this is the same thing as that shows up, like it'll basically tell it where to go. So we'll leave that alone for right now. We'll come back to that once we have more actual possum textures. We can deal with that. So for right now, I'll just do shop texture, and we'll just do like null. And what was the other one? Shop source rect. We'll do null. Oops. Missed a quotation mark. Required building. The building needs to be on the farm for this to be available to purchase. Buildings that are upgraded from this building are valid too. So, in order to be able to buy a possum, you need a barn on the farm. Required building. Get wrecked. Barn. Easy. Unlock condition. Do we want possums to be purchasable immediately, or do you want the player to have done something in the game in order to be able to unlock possums? And that the unlock condition can actually be pretty dynamic. You can, like, the game state query is a very powerful thing indeed. Why would you hide the possum? Level 5 farming. We could do like a level requirement. See a possum, run away. Read raccoon knowledge. Trash searching. Game state query. So you can like do, there's like a whole bunch of different stuff. You can do it like it has to be a specific day of the week, a festival day. It's a certain event, a certain building's been constructed. You found like a certain kind of book, I think. Museum donations, weather. Search trash can. I don't know if there's a trash can like a stat. Player has trash can level. If they've upgraded their trash can to a certain point, we could do that. Pieces of trash recycled is a stat you can check for. Trash cans checked is a stat you can check for. Okay. Okay, we could do that then. We could do player stat, and then the player, the stat name, and how many trash cans should they have to check for there to be a chance to find a possum? $65. Yeah, I could have guessed. I suppose I could have guessed. Let's do 25 trash cans and then you get the possum. Mott's music box. I'll give you the veto on this one. If you're feeling 25, we'll do 25. Okay. Let me make sure I remember how to type a game state query, because the only thing I need to remember is like how you're referencing the player. Target player, current target player for the local player. Okay, that's fine. So unlock condition, it should be, I believe it's player stat, and then it's going to be current player, and then we go trash cans checked is the name of the stat. Okay. Trash cans checked, and we do 25, and with no maximum. Okay, there we go. Trash hat's like 20. Hey, we don't want the possum to be too gated. It's already going to be like kind of like a secret animal, because like not a lot of people are not even checking the trash. So if you do get the trash, if you do check the trash that many times, then it's a nice little secret. Okay. Easy enough. Shop display name. So that just defaults to the display name field. I think that's fine, because we can just call it possum. Shop description. We're gonna need to fill that one in. Shop description. And we'll do the same thing we did with the name. I18N possum description. Okay, and this is where we have to start deciding what things are, like, how the possum's going to behave a little bit. Possum description. So this is like when you go to buy it in Marnie's shop, this is what'll show up and tell you, oh, I need a comma here. This is what'll show up and tell you, like we can start this with, like, lives in the barn to give them an idea of like what kind of animal it is. Little friend I found in the trash. Funny little guy. What is the possum gonna do in the barn? Like, what sort of produce does the possum produce? Lives on trash? lives in the barn. It produces trash? Trash? I guess that is the most fitting thing, right? They're scavengers at the end of the day. Digs up trash. Can we make them have babies every night? I don't think we can. We can enable pregnancy for them, but we can't force them to like make baby possums every night. Possum milk? We could add possum milk. That's a thing we could add. Produces forage. What if it's like scavenges a random piece of forage every day? How do we feel about that? That could be kind of an interesting like little place to play around with. You get the possum and it digs up something, and it could be like something that's like out of season even. Scavenge a random piece of forage or trash. That way you're not guaranteed to get the forage, and there's a chance that you just end up with like some garbo. I think that's a fun way to do it. Scavenges a random piece of trash or forage every day. Any other information we need for them? How long should they take to like mature from like a baby possum to a full grown possum, or do they show up fully grown, ready to go possums? Is cute. Should have like a 90% trash rate. Baby possum, please. $6.5 days to mature. Fully grown would be fewer sprites needed. That is true. That is true. If we decide to have baby possums, then that means we need baby possum sprites as well. So I'm just gonna say for at least for right now, we're gonna do comes fully grown. Comes as a fully grown adult. Is cute. There we go. Perfect. Fantastic. What's next? Shop missing building description. That's something that shows up if they don't have the building. That's fine. It's optional. Alternate purchase types. So that would be like if there were different colors of possums, which would be so like first like brown chicken, blue chicken, white chicken, as you can see for an example there. We're gonna leave that one alone because that would require more sprites as well. we're just gonna have the one type of possum. Hatching, we don't have to worry about that. Possums don't be hatching. Okay, growth, days to mature, the number of days until a freshly born or purchased animal becomes an adult and begins producing items. So we want that to be 0. Days to mature. There must be different colors. I mean, we could always just like take the one possum sprite sheet and we could like hue shift it. That's a quick and easy fix that often doesn't look very good. Oh wait, days to mature 0. Can get pregnant defaults to false. We want to default that to true, I would say. Can get pregnant. True. Prismatic possums. That would be kind of wonderful. I'm not gonna lie. The rare golden possum. The 1 in 1,000 chance of buying the rare golden possum. Okay, produce items and deluxe produce items. Now this is where it gets a little tricksy. Let's see. The items produced by this animal and an adult consists of a list of models with these fields. So I believe a list is in square brackets. So basically this is going to be, so let's do produce item IDs. It's going to be something like this. We do more curly braces, and we have to do a curly brace for each individual type of ID here. Let's see. The unqualified object ID of the item to produce. So item ID, I don't think we can do multiple different items. Let's see. If multiple items can be produced, one is chosen at random, with deluxe items taking priority if applicable. Okay. So we can have like we can just list a bunch of items for them to produce, and then it'll just pick one at random on its own. That should be fine. produce item IDs. So I guess we need to go find the IDs. What kind of do we want to be able to produce like any kind of forage or any kind of trash? Because that'll be a lot of different IDs we have to list, but we can definitely do that. Or do we want to limit it in a certain way? Should it be like all seasonal forage and all types of trash? Hold on a sec, I think YouTube is freezing on me. Yeah, my YouTube chat's freezing. Could set the better forage as deluxe items. We could, for sure. We could definitely do deluxe forage as, or deluxe produce is like the higher quality forage items. Have a good one there, Miss L. Thanks for being here. Any kind of trash from a trash can, so no driftwood. We could make it so like the regular produce items are just trash, and then and you don't get the forage until you start getting deluxe produce by like making your animals love you. Or do we want them to have a chance right from the get-go to be able to produce anything? Maybe they can dig up an ancient seed artifact. That could be fun too. Deluxe forage. Well, let's start with trash. We know they're gonna have a chance to produce any trash. So, we need the item IDs for all the different trash. To that end, I do have this page right here, the Stardew Valley Vanilla IDs, developed by Mateus Aquino. Is a very useful resource, and I can just look up like any item I want in here. Basically, I'm just gonna Control F trash. And we start to see trash here. So this is most of the trash is going to be like all clumped together right here. And you can see the actual item IDs here. So 167, 168, 169, 70, 71, 72. Okay. Do we want them to be able to get driftwood? Or should we just go... Should we go Joja Cola? Should we give him a chance for any of them? Should we give him a chance for Joja Cola? Joja Cola is kind of wild, actually. That's kind of funny. Maybe just salmon berries as a forage option in the beginning. Let's get the trash in first. 170 through 72. Broken glasses, CD, and soggy newspaper, you think? I think 168 should also be an option. Definitely Joja Cola. Okay, we'll just do all the trash. 167 through 172. Easy enough. Let's verify how this is actually formatted here. Item ID... Condition, which we're not going to have any conditions, at least not for the trash. And minimum friendship is going to default to 0. That's fine. So we just need item ID for them. Item ID was 168, right? So we got 168, and then we have to put a comma there, and then we can just duplicate this. We do 169. Boom. 170. $171. And $172. Okay. Possums now have a chance to produce any and all garbage. Just a whole bunch of garbage. Whole bunch of nasty garbage. Do we want to include now forageables? So like spring forage, summer forage, fall forage. I mean, I kind of like the idea of them being able to produce like berries and stuff, like the salmon berries and things, because normally you can't get those out of season. Like they're only available during salmon berry season. I do definitely like that. Apparently possums like to swim. Okay, let's do salmon berries. I think for right now, to keep things simple, we're not going to worry about deluxe produce. I can always change that later. For right now, let's just get all the items that we want them to produce in here, and then we can reformat it later. So let's see. Salmon berry. 296. Okay, fair enough. 296. Berries, spring onions, cave carrots, and mushrooms. Ooh, I mean, I think that could be that seems fitting to me. Can we make them produce multiple berries at once, like 3 salmon berries? I don't. That might be later on. That might be one of the next later categories. I don't know if we can do it specifically for. Let's see here. Item ID. There's like no quantity here, unfortunately. There's only conditions and minimum friendship. Produce on mature, deluxe produce on minimum friendship. Harvest type, harvest tools. Okay. I don't think we can change the quantity. I think it's just 1. I think maybe you can do like a multiplier, kind of like how sheep can give you. No, sheep can't give you multiple wool, can they? That you get multiple cloth from like higher quality wool. I think berries are good. I think berries, cave carrots, spring onions. I kind of like that because there's not really like a renewable source for those normally. Mushrooms, you have the mushroom logs. You can grow like different forage with like forage seeds, but cave carrots, spring onions, salmon berries. We can do blackberries as well, even though blackberries are technically like growable. I think the berries and the cave carrots and the spring onions are kind of fun. So let's see here. So let's keep the berry trend going. Blackberry is going to be 410. Okay. Boom. 410. Any other kind of berries? There's spice berries. Do we want spice berries to be an option as well, and like blackberries? Do we want like the crop type berries, like blueberries and that sort of stuff, or just the forage berries? How are blackberries growable? They're one of the things that can grow from fall seeds. I'm pretty sure, right? Just forage? I agree with that. Okay, I think salmon berries and blackberries because they're from the bushes. And then let's do cave carrot as well. Cave carrot. 78. Okay. 78. Boom. And then spring onion. 399. Okay. Anything else we want to add to this list? We have all the trash. We have salmon berries, blackberries. Honestly, I might get rid of some of the trash just to make it so that the berries are like a little more likely to show up. Because I feel like it would just be like kind of sucky if you just got only trash and not like very many berries. Let's get rid of driftwood. I'm going to get rid of driftwood and I'm going to get rid of Joja Cola. 167 and 169. Oh, I don't even have 167 in here. We'll get rid of 169 then. Okay. And now there's a more even split between trash and forage. Can you do something with the animal cracker code to give it to make it give multiples? I think animal cracker is its own like binary state. Like you have like I think there's a category later that's like can have golden animal cracker and it's either true or false, and then that'll just automatically double it on its own. They should drop sap. I think this is a good start here. I think this is good. They got a lot of different forageables, and they got trash. Okay. What's next? Deluxe produce items. We're gonna skip that for right now. Days to produce. The number of days between item productions. Well, this is how do we want the possums to produce? Because there's 3 different harvest types here. They either create it overnight. They can create it overnight. You can harvest it with a tool like a milk pail or something, or they dig it up. I feel like dig up has to be it makes the most sense, right? Has anyone suggested raccoons as farm animals? I think we're like kind of combining possums and raccoons into one thing right now, because possum was the suggestion, but they're having some raccoon-like behaviors. There are sprites in the Discord. Let's go. I can't wait to see them, but we'll get to that once we get to the actual sprite section. We haven't even gotten there yet. Yeah, audio and sprite and stuff here. Okay, so dig up. So days to produce is irrelevant, I think. We can just leave that on its own. Produce on mature, whether an item is produced on the day the animal becomes an adult, that's also irrelevant. Shouldn't matter. Friendship for faster produce, again, that shouldn't matter. Deluxe produce, minimum friendship, doesn't matter for us right now. We're not worrying about any of the deluxe produce stuff. So we just go straight on to harvest type. So harvest type is going to be dig up. Easy. Harvest tool is going to default to none. That's fine. Can eat golden crackers. I don't know how this would work with the dig up harvest type, because normally pigs are the only animal that are immune to golden animal crackers, and they're also the only animal that have the dig up function. So we'll leave it true for right now. We'll leave it alone, and we'll just see how that interacts, I guess. Okay, audio and sprite. Sound. The audio cue for the sound produced by the animal. Is there a possum sound already in the game? I forget if they make sounds. Like when you see them show up. There's so many different sounds in here. Footsteps, music, sound. Little squeak. There's all these different sounds. These are all like different names for different sounds and like descriptions of them. Is there a sound in the game you can think of that would be fitting? Wah sound? What about like the little like raccoon sound, like the little like sound that the raccoons make? Is that listed as like raccoon something or other? There is raccoon. There is the sound that's just called raccoon. We'll try that. We'll go with that one, and we'll just see if that how that works. Raccoon. There's two apparently. I don't know why there's two, but there you go. Okay, baby sound. We don't have baby possums. Texture. Now this is the bread and butter here. We got to go to the Discord and see the beautiful possum texture. Let's go have a look here. Stream discussion. I don't think it's this cute little like clay. I love these, but yo, wait, here, it's got to be this. Who made this? Hold on a second. I can't see your name because it's like I'm in streamer mode. Disable streamer mode for right now. Civics with the absolutely legendary possum sprite. Let me download this so I can show it in its true form. Civics, you absolute legend. Where's the download button? We download, and I will move it to our folder over here. Let's see. Mod directory, community mods, assets, and we'll call this possum.png. Simple as that. Okay, let me go open that up so I can actually show it to you. It's so good, man. It's so good. Look at these friggin' possums. Oh my gosh. Chat. Look at this. Look at how good this is. Civics with the absolutely legendary possum spreadsheet here. Or sprite sheet even. Are you kidding me? It's so good. It's so good. 10 out of 10. Perfect. I've never seen a cuter possum. Oh my gosh, I love it. Well, I think we can just straight up use that one here. Is this based on the one in game? I believe so. Yeah, it looks very similar to the one in game. I would imagine like some of these even like side facing ones might be the actual ones in game, but all this like facing down, facing up, all the sleeping ones and stuff, that's all original there. Lots of it are copied. No worry. That's the way I would have done it too. Civics, thank you for saving us time on that one. You're incredible. Okay, well, we should be able to just straight up use that then. I think the way we have to do this is... Bear with me for a second. It's been a while since I've had to add sprites. I think we have to go back to our main content.json thing here and load. Yeah, this is the way we do it. Okay, yeah. So you can see I already loaded the objects one, but we're not actually using that for anything just yet because we haven't added any new objects yet. We can do mod ID slash possum. And then that should, from our assets, it should grab the possum.png and apply it here, which means I can then go back to, well, save that first. Then I go to farm animals here, and then I do texture. And then we do mod ID slash possum. And that should be it. I don't think we need the PNG on that one there. The soundboard mod might be helpful. It'll let you explore sound and actually play them in the game, so you know 100% what it'll sound like. Honestly, I can't pronounce that name. That does sound like a great idea. I can picture the raccoon sound in my head right now, but I don't know if this sound called raccoon is actually that sound or not. We'll see. When we go to test it in the actual game, we'll see how it goes. Okay. So that's our texture. We got that. Let me save that just to save our progress here. Let me go back to here, right? Yeah. Okay, baby sound, texture. Harvested texture, we don't need one of those. That's like if, like with the sheep, like it says here, if it was sheared or something, it would have a different sprite. Baby texture, we don't have that. Use flipped right for left. I believe that is, we want to set that to true. When the animal's facing left, whether to use a flipped version of their right-facing sprite. Yes. What's that called again? Use flipped right for left. Okay. Use flipped right... Whoops. Right for left. True. Easy enough. Okay. Sprite width and sprite height, those are going to be 32 by 32. I guess we could have technically done any size we wanted in theory. But we have a 30... We set it on 32 by 32, so... Sprite width, it's going to be 32, and sprite height, it's also going to be 32. Perfect. Emote offset, a pixel offset to apply to emotes from the farm animals, specifically as an object with X and Y. So I think that's like when you pet your animal and you get the little like heart above their head. The little heart emote. I think this is like to determine where that appears, because like different size animals will have it appear at different like heights above their head, right? Because like, yeah, I'll leave that alone for right now and we'll see if it looks weird in the game. Swim offset, a pixel offset to apply to the farm animal sprite while it's swimming. Do we allow possums to swim? I don't even know if that, yeah, there's a can swim variable here. Let them swim. I don't know if we need a specific swimming, like, sprite for them or not. It doesn't seem like it. There's no, like, swim texture or anything. Let's try it. What's the worst that could happen? Or we'll just look, like, weird and janky in there. Swim offset. A pixel offset to apply to the farm animal's sprite while it's swimming. Specified as an object with X and Y. Default 0, Y112. Maybe that's actually where it would show up, as like a pixel offset. We'll leave that alone for right now. We'll figure it out. It's gonna look. I feel like it's gonna look strange when we actually get into the game, but we can debug it. It's fine. All right, skins. A list of alternate appearances. If specified, a skin is chosen at random when the animal is purchased. So this is if we did have like different colored possums. This is where we would want to put in their information here. But I don't think we don't have different colored possums, at least not yet. So okay, the sprite index in the texture to display when sleeping, default 12. We set it up the same way as the cow sprite was, so that should be correct. So I believe it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, that's where the sleepy possums are. Okay, so that works. So we can leave that at 12. Use double unique animation frames. When the texture has 2 frames for the randomized unique animation instead of 1, default false. I don't think we have anything like that. Don't worry about that one. Shadow when baby swims. These are all different shadow variables. Shadow to draw under the farm animal. Fields are checked in this order and the first existing one matching is used. Default true. I'm just going to leave the shadows alone. We'll see if they look weird. That's starting to become a common thing, I guess. We'll just leave that alone and see if we have to change it later. It's fine. Okay, profession for faster produce. We don't need to worry about any of that. We don't have any possum professions, I don't think. Can swim defaults to false. We will change that one to at least see how it looks. Can swim. True. Babies follow adults. That sounds very cute, but we don't have baby possums yet, so we'll just leave that alone. Grass eat amount. I don't see a reason we would need to change the amount of grass the possums eat. I think we can just leave that alone. Unless we want them to eat like an absurd amount of grass or something. But that seems like they would just be more of a, like too much of a nuisance to keep around. 0. We could change it to 0. Just have them around, and they just scavenge their own stuff. They don't eat grass. I mean, it's true the possums, like, in real life don't eat grass, but if you have them on your farm and you're getting something out of them, they have to eat something. There has to be a trade-off. This is one of those things where you have to sacrifice realism in the game in order to have, like, some semblance of balance. They're eating trash, but they're giving the trash to you. 1 in chat if we should have the possums eat grass. 2 in chat if the possums should not eat grass. And you can just have possums there for free. I'm seeing a lot of 2s actually. As a resident possum 1. We don't need balance. Redo the grass so it's piles of trash. I feel like I'm seeing more 2s than 1s. It's pretty split. Let's try it. Let's mix it up. You know what? The first farm animal that doesn't actually eat any grass. Grass eat amount. Grass eat amount. 0. They don't need no grass. They're their own independent possums. Happiness drain. An amount which affects daily reduction in happiness if an animal wasn't pet or didn't have a heater in winter. Default none. I don't think we need to change their behavior in that regard. Sell price. The price when the player sells the animal before it's adjusted for the animal's friendship. Default 0. The actual sell price for this value will be multiplied by a number between 0.3 and 1.3. Okay. How much do you sell a possum for? How much do we buy the possum for? $32.50, which doubles to $6,500. How much should a possum sell for? Sell price. 10 million. You can't sell me. I can set it to 6,500. That way, if you buy a possum and sell it right away, you're going to lose money because it's multiplied by its lower friendship value. But if you befriend the possum, then it'll be worth more than 6,500. And then you can sell it for an actual profit. This is a ratio, isn't it? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. No one wants to buy your possum? We could just put it at 0. You could just put it at 0. What are we making? See the pinned comment? We are making a possum farm animal. Well, sure, I'll put it at 0. Balances out their grass eating amount. They might not eat any grass, but you can't sell them for anything. Okay. Custom fields, that's for like extra coding and stuff. We're near the end here. Show in Summit credits. I don't see a reason not to. That would be cute. Show in Summit credits. True. Stat to increment on produce. So this is like if you have a stat, like if they're giving you milk or something or eggs or whatever, then you can increment that stat. I don't know if there's a valid stat for possum produce, so I think we'll probably just leave that alone. Up, down, pet, hitbox, tile size. The animal sprite tile size in the world when the player is clicking to pet them. I ain't got to worry about all that nonsense. Forage. Let's see. Stat name. The name of the stat to increase as specified by required item ID or required tags as produced. We'll just leave that alone. We'll leave the stats alone for right now. It's not a big concern anyway. Iridium quality broken CD. I think that is actually a thing that can happen with these possums because they'll dig something up and then like you pick it up like you would a truffle. So I think this is going to be the first way you can get high quality trash, which is kind of fantastic. Also high quality salmon berries and cave carrots and stuff. I think we're just about done. The only thing we're missing right now is the shop texture and the source rectangle here. For reference, let me show you. Let me see if I can pull up the one that I made for like my Christmas mod back in the day. Boop, boop, boop. Because I had to make one of these for the pink chickens before. Let's see. Yeah, so it's something like this. These are the different sprites that I made for the ones in my mod during Christmas, where it's basically like this is the sprite that will show up when you go to buy it in Marnie's shop. So I have like for the cow, I just have like the head of the cow. I have like the head of the sheep. I have just the whole chicken right there. I forget. I think the size of this is like 16 by 32, something like that. That seems about right. 32 by 16 rather. So we can make one of our own of these using the existing possum sprite by Civics here. Use Moth's art. Did Moth share some possum art in the Discord? It's gonna be 32 by 16. Whoops, didn't mean to press the horse button. Oh gosh, I changed. I forgot my freaking numpad, man. My freaking numpad. Random horse. A cute baby. Wait, was there more shared in the Discord or no? Hold on a second. More possum art. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. The little possum there. Heard we wanted a pink variant, made it a simple color swap. Yo, Civics made us some pink possums. We can try and let's get the initial possum in, and then we can see about adding the pink possum. Let's get it working first, and then I love having a pink possum option. That sounds fantastic. Moth archive. I do love this. That's very cute. Unfortunately, I think if I shrunk it down to the size I would need for the actual game texture, I think it would lose all of its magic. But thank you for sharing. That is wonderful. Hate to be that guy, but technically need to point out that the possum we're talking about are actually opossums. A possum. Possums don't have the white face. That's opossums. Don't yuck my yum. Don't yuck my yum. If you want to make it so that the possums are called opossums instead, opossums, then feel free to add add more lines to my mod. That's from Pyromaniac Poet. Possums can produce wool. Opossums do not. We've come this far, chat. I can't change it to opossum now. I just keep calling them possums. It's fine. It's a semantic difference. It'll be okay. Let's get something made here. I need to make like a... Hold on a second, let me bring you in. So this is the size that we want here. Can we just take like a possum's, like the possum's face? Like I feel like this is like a cute like possum face right here, the little sleepy possum face. So what if I just like take this possum face right here and I copy that and we pop that in here, and then we're gonna have to do a little bit of erasing to like make this work. I think do something like this. Boop, boop, boop. Does that work? Not quite. There's like something funny going on here. I think if we do like this though, make like the possum like this, and if we make the ears more symmetrical as well for this little guy, something like, let me cook, chat. Let me cook. How does that look? And then I can align it in the center. One-eared possum. I can change. I kind of want to make the ears the same. At least for this part. Can I do like something like this? And then do like this. Yeah, I think I like this. And then maybe like that. And then there's this one wayward pixel here. How do we feel about this little lad right here? Are these ones... These ones are down like at the bottom here. I guess this one's not at the bottom. This one's more centered. The art is adorable. I make no claim to this art. This was all Civics. This beautiful little sprite sheet here is absolutely fantastic. Add the whiskers back. Oh, is that what the... Oh, the whiskers. Oh, okay. So wait, add whiskers. So would whiskers be like this? Is that how you do... Or wait, how do the whiskers... I think that's right. I think that's good, right? It was eye level. Whoops. Wrong color. I feel like offsetting it by 1 here. I feel like that looks right to me. I feel like this looks correct. This one was all concerned ape, though. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I think we leave it at that. Beautiful. Should get the job done. Now let me save this. I think the game normally calls this cursors. I don't know why it's called cursors, but far be it for me to question the game. So we'll call that cursors.png. And then I should be able to come back here. We go back to our content folder. We go ahead and add mod ID /cursors. Because they recursed. Cursors. Save that. And then we should be able to do shop texture. Just replace this here. Oops, I need the quotation. Mod ID /cursors. And then shop source rect. I need to figure out what this actually needs to be here. Where is that? Shop source rect. The pixel area within the shop texture should draw specifically as an object with an XY width and height field. It should be 32 pixels wide and 16 high. Ignored if shop texture isn't set. So this is going to be... I believe this looks something like this. It's going to look a little wonky, but I think this is correct. I think it's like X. Actually, you know what? I have a reference for this because like I said, I've done this before with the Christmas mod. So I can reference that and see how I did that. Let me see here. Farm animals. Okay, I see how it is. Actually, I'm just gonna freaking copy paste this because this is perfect. So the way it should actually look, you're about to see me do some copy paste magic here. Control V. That's how it should look. So you put it in the curly braces. We don't need double commas there, obviously. And then you have an X value, a Y value. So that's like the starting point. That's basically the top left of whichever sprite you want in this texture here. The top left pixel. And then how wide it is and how tall it is, which is 32 by 16. There we go. Now I think there's probably some errors in here. As if you've ever done any coding before, then you'll know that it's rare that you get it right on the very first try. But I think this is everything we need to get a possum in the game. So let me try and get this in the game. Minimize this. And let's see if we've got a functional mod here, a functional possum mod. And make sure everything's in its proper places here. Assets. They're all in there. We got the cursors. We got the possum. Yeah, we're chill, man. We're chill. Okay. Copy this. Copy the mod. From my mod folder to the live mod folder for the game. And let's load up Smappy. Fingers crossed, no red text in Smappy. Come on, Smappy. Come on, Smappy. Wait for it, wait for it. Oh! I have no red text, but I do have yellow text. Yellow text is usually like, hey, this isn't a game-breaking thing, but it's like doing something. Let me see. Ignored... It ignored something here. Ignored include data/objects.json. Well, that doesn't seem good. Hold on. Edit data objects. One of the entries, fields, move entries, or text operations must be specified for an edit data change. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can debug this one. It's not quite working right out the gate. It must be I'm missing something here. Data/objects. Objects.json. Entries. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay. Because I'm including... Basically what it's doing is I'm including the objects.json file, but there's nothing in the objects.json file because we didn't add any new objects. We only added farm animals. So actually that shouldn't matter at all. This should still work fine. All right. Bring you into the game. An hour 38 minutes to get into the game, but this is a special circumstance, obviously. Let's see, chat. Let's see. What file do I check this on, even? I don't know if I have 25 pieces of trash checked as Penelope, man. Which is my normal testing one. You know who definitely probably has 25 pieces of trash checked and has, like, perfection and everything? We got freaking Beatrix down here. I feel like Beatrix is a good testing file. Boom, boom, boom. The music is overlapping. We got the stream playlist playing in the background. Let me turn the music off for right now here. Good to see you, Beatrix. Hope you've been well. Do I have my cheating mods on? I do have my cheating mods on. I wanted to make sure to have that on so we can, like, test things ahead of time here. All right. Let's go to Marnie's shop. I guess I can just warp there, right? That's the magic of having cheat mods. Beepabel. This is technically more Chiatrix than Beatrix. How's Fractured Farm doing? I would like to purchase animals. There he is, man! The possum lives in the barn, scavenges a random piece of forage or trash every day, comes as a fully grown adult, is cute. He's there, man! Do I have room in any of my barns? Choose a barn for your new possum. Barn is full. Barn is full. Barn is full. Rip. Okay, so we're gonna have to go, like, sell an animal real quick first. That's fine. It's fine. This is just... It's only for testing purposes. It's not a permanent thing. Let me also just, like, increase my speed so I can get around a little easier here. Don't worry about it, chat. Okay, I'm just gonna sell... I'll sell one of you. I can't sell Kazoom, man. Why is the first animal I check that I want to sell called Kazoom? What? Like a sturgeon? Alright, Moo. Moo, I'm sorry. 07 Moo. You're gone. You're done. You're done, pal. Alright. Now let's see how this goes. Possum. Possum goes in there. Name your new animal. I will name this possum. I'm going to name it after the person who suggested it. Moth. Of Moth's Music Box. Send little Moth to her new home right away. There we go. Moth, I have your possum. Awesome possum. Let's see how the possum looks. Oh, I see a possum. I heard a possum. I heard the raccoon noise. Do you hear the raccoon noise? We need to let them walk around a little bit. Wait, I think it went back inside. Yo! It's kind of... It's perfect. You're kind of working, like, exactly right. Look at this little goober, man. I can't believe it's working so well right out the gate. We gotta see if she collects trash or not. Is she gonna do some trash collection here? Is she gonna do like the things that the pigs do and start digging up? That's the question. Oh, I hear digging. It might have been a pig though. She's just chilling, man. Maybe I should sell more stuff. Maybe I should get like a bunch of possums to give them a chance to and just like let them all go. That way we have like more numbers to work with, more data. She's shy. That's okay. We got too many animals to see clearly. Can I increase hearts with Moth? I don't know what the way to do that in our cheat mod is. I set find on first day of adult to false. Oh, that might be what's causing it. Hold on, let's go to sleep. Let's go sleep for the day. And then we'll see if Moth gets up to any shenanigans. Build a new barn for only possums. Honestly, we could do that. That's not outside the scope of something we can just do really quickly. So I can just go to Robin. Okay, well, she's not here. That's awkward. Okay, I can still do this, though. Here's what you do, because it's Tuesday, so Robin's not in. I can sleep. So now it's Wednesday. Now I can go ahead and warp over to Robin. Then I can go fast forward to 9 a.m. Beautiful. Then I can go debug, hurry, Robin, and she should show up right there. Perfect. Okay, now I'm going to need some wood. Boom. Some stone. Bam. Magic. The magic of cheats, baby. And we do instant build. And now I can do construct farm buildings. We do barn. I can put this barn wherever I have room, which is honestly... Wait, I don't have room on this farm, man. I don't have room on my randomized perfection farm. I guess I can do like right here. Right here works fine. Okay. I can even upgrade that now, I'm pretty sure. Big barn. Boom. Oh, I should have done near water. You're right, you're right. Oh, I can move them. I can move a barn for swimming opportunities, yeah. Okay, and let's just do deluxe barn for maximum pageantry. Seems like Argon has done this before. I've done this to test things in the past before. I will make no secret of that. All right, construct farm buildings, move things around. And let's move this coop. Put you right over here. Put the barn. Pardon me, chickens. Put the barn right there. It's going to be a little awkward with that thing in the way. I guess I can just chop that out of the way, though, real quick. That's not a problem. Okay. That should be all right. Now I can warp to Marnie. And she's not here. But I have the animal catalog. Let's go. All right. Possum time, baby. Possum. I'm not going to worry about the names. Let's just get all the possums we can. 1 possum. Count them, chat. Counting with Argon. 2 possum. Welcome, Riku. Whoops. I mean, technically we have a third. We're gonna get up to 13 possums because we have Moth, the inaugural possum down there. 3rd possum, Coco. That's a great name. Name one of them Moo in order to make up for the lost cow. I can do that. 3 possums. Chover. Sorry, the people have spoken. 4 possums. 5 possums. More possums! More possums! It's so Chover. Senny, 6 possums. How many possums can you possumly fit in the barn? Let's find out. Siskers for whiskers, 7 possums. I'm buying 7 possums before Marty's even out of bed. Lartu, 8 possums. Keep it going. Keep the magic going. Churto, 9 possums. All the possums. The awesomeness of the possumness. Trutzy, 10 possums. Double-digit possums. Are you ready? You're not ready for double-digit possum. Well, you've seen petting parties in the past with Mo. But have you ever seen a possum petting party? I don't think so. I don't think so. And Shima, number 12. Mo. I don't think so. Mo. It's possum time. Okay, I'm gonna chop this out of the way here. Honestly, I should move this building as well. Like this building here, just so we have more room for the possums to roam. I think I'm gonna do that before I let the possums loose. I'm gonna give them as much room to as much runway here as possible. Let me go back to Robin here. Don't worry about me messing up the state of this farm, by the way, chat. I have backups. I can always revert it to the state it was. Don't worry about that. Move this around over somewhere here for right now. That's fine. And you know what? I'll even move you here right now. Boom. Debug befriend animals 1,000. I can do that. I don't know if that'll help or not because we didn't set any like animal friendship quotients for them, but it couldn't hurt. Sleep a day? That's valid. I will sleep a day. That way we save the possums as they are right now. Okay. Actually, you know what I should do? Here's what I should do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's do this the smart way for testing purposes. Make it rain tomorrow, then sleep. That way all the animals will be inside. Then I can close all the other animal doors, and then we can just let the possums out. That way all the other animals are not going to get in our way. So close, close. Whoops, my bad. Close, close, close. Pick up all these truffles so that they're not in the way either. Close. We gotta check. It's a possum party. Are you freaking kidding me? Look at all the possums. They're so fantastic, man. All right, we'll open this one because they're gonna be wanting outside. Wait, I can sleep in the possum barn, right? Bed. What's the most possum-like bed? Get me an auto petter. We don't need an auto grabber because they shouldn't be producing stuff like that. Auto petter. And I know it's not winter, but we might as well just get a heater in case we want to test stuff later. Boom. Here we go. It's possum time. Bro, it's still raining. Weather, sunny. I mean, tomorrow's a festival anyway, but... Alright. This is actually a terrible place for this bed. Possums! Be free! I shall pet the possums. Because I believe that in order to be able to have the chance to swim, they have to have been petted at some point. Possums, work your magic. Work your magic, friends. Start digging up all the cave carrots and salmon berries and trash that you want. Oh! Yo! Broken glasses. Salmonberry. Iridium quality salmonberry. It's happening. They're doing it, man. They're doing it. Some of them are thinking about swimming too. He's getting ready for it. Trash. We're not getting iridium quality trash. I got double trash though. Because you can get double forage sometimes, so you can get double trash. It's working so well, man. What was the debug command? Hold on, let me... Who had the debug command? Befriend animals. It was like befriend animals 1,000. Debug. Befriend animals 1,000. That work? Let's go. Okay, that doesn't quite look right. It's not quite how we drew it up in the dirt, but he do be swimming. He do be swimming. Okay, we need to go back to the lab for that one. But everything else is working like a dream, man. He's drinking with a big straw. He's using his tongue to swim. Look at all the trash, dude. One man's trash is another man's possum. Oh my gosh. The sounds are kind of driving me insane a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. The sheer abundance of raccoon sounds is kind of incredible. There you go. First addition to our mod, I would say, is a resounding success. On a scale of 0 to 100, chat, how much do you enjoy the possum addition to Stardew Valley? 650? 85? 10,000? 100,000? You've decided on your idea now? Bald Elliot. Antonia, let me come back to that in a second. Creepy? The swimming possums are very cursed right now. These guys are cute though. These guys are wonderful. Brought to life by Civics, absolutely, with the amazing sprite sheet. Thank you. Absolutely fantastic, man. No notes. We'll have to adjust the swimming, but for right now, I think we should move on. I think this is a wonderful proof of concept that we can make some magical things happen here. And we did together. Beautiful. All right. Exit to desktop. Okay. Antonia. Well, first, much love to Moth's Music Box for the absolutely wonderful suggestion of adding possums. Get some love for Moth's Music Box for that one. Antonia was the first person that Nightbot picked to add something to the game. But Antonia at the time did not have any recommendations. Now, Antonia, you want bald Elliot. You want us to just make Elliot bald. Is that all? You just want us to change the sprite for Elliot so that he's bald. Yes. All right, I can do that. Where was your... let's see. I'll pin your message. Bald Elliot. That shiny dome. Sprites at the ready? Wait, we have bald Elliot sprites already? Because that's like the only thing I have to do, really. I think I know how to replace... We need bald Elliot sprites. That's the main thing. And then after that, I just have to figure out how to replace Elliot's sprites. Yeah, that's the main thing we need is bald Elliot sprites. And pretend he's donating hair for a wig. So let's see, NPCs. Overview. Main data. I think we can just, like, let's see, if I look up, like, texture. The last name, the last segment of the NPC's portrait and sprite asset names. For example, set to Abigail to use portrait/Abigail and character/Abigail respectively. Defaults to internal NPC name. A calendar and social tab used for this texture. I've never changed, like, an existing NPC's texture, to be honest with you. I know it's definitely doable. Appearance, the portrait/sprite textures to use. This can be any number of appearance options. Portrait sprite. The asset name for the portrait and/or sprite textures to load. Is island attire precedence? Okay, so I think basically what we have to do is we have to add a new appearance for Elliot and then change its precedence to make it higher than the default. And that way it'll always, and then like make no conditions or anything, and then Elliot will just always be bald. I think that's how we have to do it. But first we need a bald Elliot sprite sheet. So to do that, we need an Elliot sprite sheet. So let me see if I can find Elliot. Elliot, my man. I don't know what Antonia has against you, Elliot, but here we are. Okay, download this sprite sheet. It came to you during your walk. So I think basically I just have to take this sprite sheet and we would have to change every single one of these sprites to make him bald. That is the mission. Now, I'm no artist. So I don't know if I have the potential to do this in a reasonable amount of time, to be honest with you. Can we add the possums to Fleeting Farm? I mean, there's potential. Make one of them and then copy paste. I mean, I could like make one like side facing head and copy paste. I guess there are a lot of sprites here. There are a lot of sprites. I think for something this big, if someone else wants to start working on the bald Elliot sprite sheet, and then once that's done, we can add that in, I'm down to do that. Because this is just a lot of work to change all this, and I don't think it would be particularly enthralling to watch. So, Antonia, I will add your bald Elliot if I get... I'll either, if we don't get bald Elliot by the end of the stream, then I'll do it like between streams or something. Because it'll be easier to just work on it then. You're happy for it to be delayed? Okay, thank you for that. We'll work on something else in that case then. But bald Elliot is on the docket. Don't worry about it. We will not forget. All right. If you have an idea, chat. Now we're done with that for right now. If you have an idea that you would like to add to our mod next, type !mod in chat for the chance for Nightbot to choose you. !mod. Let me hold on. I'm gonna reset entries. Reset all entries. Okay. I've reset the entries, so now type !mod. Sorry, I'm not used to working with Nightbot's like giveaway thing, and I'll wait for this to populate a little bit. If you'd like to have the chance to have your idea created next, similar to the possum or an eventually bald Elliot, now is your moment. While I take a little hydration break. Can we have a very brief overview of what's happened so far? Cake Monitor, we have only so far added possums as a farm animal. It took a while because there's a lot to add for farm animals, but we got there. We added possums that forage for various different kinds of berries and trash. That's what we have added so far. And on the back burner, the backlog, we have bald Elliot. Antonia wants us to make Elliot bald, but we don't have the sprites for that just yet, so we're putting it on the back burner. All right. I believe we probably have everyone who wants to enter has been entered. So 3, 2, 1. Christine W. Christine W. Nightbot has chosen you. What suggestion do you have that you would like to see added or changed in Stardew Valley? It doesn't have to be something, add something new wholesale. Raccoon fish is the only prompt that I see. Okay, raccoon fish. We can work with that. Raccoon fish. Pin that message. That should be actually... Okay, let's talk sprites. Let's talk sprites, because as we've seen, sprites are often the Achilles heel here. For fish, what kind of sprites do you need? You only really need the one sprite. You only need the one sprite, I'm pretty sure. Unless we want the fish to also be available to be put in fish tanks, which I guess you would, right? Because fish tank fish have different sprites than their regular fish counterparts. Raccoons that are fish, or fish that are raccoons. Wait, yeah, Christine, please clarify. Is this a raccoon-themed fish, or did you mean something else by, like, raccoon fish? Like, the raccoons are gonna go fishing. Whatever's funniest? Okay. I like a raccoon-themed fish. Raccoon-themed fish? Okay, got you. Okay, let's see here. So, fish... Do I have... Is there a texture for just all the different fish? Hold on. Fish. Aquarium fishes. So this is the sprite sheet for what each of these fish would look like in the aquarium, like when they're swimming around. Some of them do have 2. I don't know why that is. These ones are just like the normal sprites, though. You can see. So, like, there's like a horizontal facing one. So if we're making a sprite for the fish, I don't know. I feel like I've never made one that can, like, go in an aquarium. We can just start with a basic sprite, though. A basic 16 by 16 sprite for a raccoon fish is what we're gonna work towards. For right now, though, let's start getting the data in there. Put the raccoon fish in the aquarium. That's what I'm saying. Next, Raccoon Trinket Companion. That does sound very cute. I don't know how easy that would be to implement, though. If we're just replacing the frog with a raccoon, then that might not be so bad. But okay. So to add fish, we're gonna have to do a couple different things here, I'm pretty sure. The first thing we're gonna have to do is, because each fish, in order to catch a fish, the fish has to be an item that can exist within the game, right? That makes sense? Because when you go to catch the raccoon fish, it's gonna have to have an associated item. So we're gonna have to add one of those. So where is my mod here? Yeah, here we go. All right. How difficult will it be? I don't think this will be as bad as actually adding the farm animal. If the farm animal had a lot more data than a fish does, I'm pretty sure. So here's what we need to do. So we're in objects.json, so we need to add a new entry for our raccoon fish. What is the name of the raccoon fish? Oh, although you meant the fish difficulty. That's something we'll have to talk about. Mod ID. What is the name? I could just call it like raccoon fish. It would be like raccoon fish, like two different words, or would it be like raccoon fish? Like two different words or one different word? What are we feeling? You like coonfish? Barracuda? Bear Raccoona? That's kind of insane. I kind of love it. Bear Raccoona. Raccoon's right in the middle of it, man. Bear Raccoona. That's so good. That's so good. That's really good, man. Okay, fantastic. Bear Raccoona. We are making the Bear Raccoona fish. This, however, is not the data for like the fish itself, as in like catching the fish and everything. This is just going to be the data for like how the fish behaves as an item in your inventory. So for that, let's go back to our modding index here. This is going to be an item, and these are all the different categories of items we can add. Most of them are just going to fall under the purview of objects here. And let's start adding stuff. So name is the internal item name. That's not the name that people actually see. That's the name that the like game uses to reference it. So this is just, I usually just use this as the same as the ID. So Bear Raccoona. Easy. You say avoid shortening raccoon to its last 4 letters as it's a slur. I thought that might be the case, but I wasn't entirely sure. So yeah, let's avoid that one. Like as I was saying it, I was like, wait a second. Yeah, let's be careful of that one. Thank you for the clarification, though. We'll avoid that. All right. Name is good. Display name and description. Display name is going to be, we're going to do the tokenizable string format again. So I18N. And we're going to do Bear Raccoona underscore name. Like that. Is that how we did it with like farm animals as well? Yeah, that looks right. Okay. Beautiful. And then description. Do the same thing. Boop, boop. I18N. Bear Raccoona description. Beautiful. Yeah, let's not shorten raccoon like that in the future. Now we're all aware. So let's be today we learned. If you didn't know, now you know. So let's bury that one. All right. So now we actually want to go to our default thing here, and we want to start adding the names and everything. Okay. Bear Raccoona underscore name is going to be Bear Raccoona. Oops. Oh, wait, we want to do double C. Is it double C Wait, do we want to do double C or no double C? I feel like double C is better. I like the look of double C better. Double C, so it's Raccoon, exactly, yeah. Do I have it as double C in this one as well? Bear Raccoona, Bear Raccoona. I just want to make sure it's consistent. Yeah, okay. We're good then. We good. All right. Bear Raccoona _ description. Honestly, I could just do _ desk. That might just be easier to write. Desk. There you go. Okay. How would one describe a raccoon fish? This can be anything we want, chat. This can be anything we want. Spitball some ideas. Trashy? Furry and wet? Trash bear of the sea? Furry and wet is kind of cursed. Furry and wet. Furry and wet smells trashy. Smells like trash. I don't know. Furry and wet smells like trash. It seems the local fish have a taste for trash. I think I like furry and wet for right now. Furry and wet is just a very succinct description, and it evokes, it says so much with so little. It's like, oh, okay. Furry and wet. Fantastic. All right. Next up after description, we want type. So type is going to be, I'm pretty sure fish is a type. Yep. Easy. Type fish. And then categories. There's various different item categories, all like different numerical values, and each one is associated with like a different category that will determine things like what professions affected and all that sort of stuff. So you can see already at the top here, there's one that's just category fish, that's -4. So we're going to do category -4. Perfect. I feel like it would be a freshwater fish. We'll decide that all in due time. Don't you worry about that. All right. Price when sold by the player. How much is a raccoon fish worth? We'll leave that at 0 for right now. We'll come back to it once we decide more like qualifying attributes about the raccoon fish. 65. Why? I should have known, man. I should have known. Okay. For texture, we are just going to do mod ID / objects, because basically what objects is going to be one big texture that has all the sprites of the different new items that we add to the game, including the Barracuda. The Bear Raccoon is such a good name, man. Then we already decide the texture is furry and wet. Okay, +2. Sprite index, so that's where the sprite is within that texture. Sprite index is going to be 0 because it's the first sprite, and computers count from 0. Color overlay from next index, so that's when you're drawing like a specific like colored object. So think like wine or juice or something that has like a different color applied to it. That's when you would use that, but we're not using that here, obviously. Edibility. So this number will be used to calculate how much energy and how much health the raccoon fish, the Bear Raccoona, restores when eaten. If we want to make it inedible, it will be -300. If we do a negative value other than that, then it'll reduce your health when eaten. So it'll be like poisonous. And then beyond that, it goes based on this stuff. So edibility times 2.5 would be how much energy, and times 1.125 for the health. Do we think it should be poisonous? They are scavengers. We don't want to encourage people to eat the bear raccoona. So I think either inedible, or if you do eat it, you're not having a good time. So how do we feel about, like, negative 200? Pufferfish stats. Negative 300. Negative 300 will make it completely inedible. We wanted to have the option to eat it, but you're not going to like you're not going to like the experience. Is a drink defaults to false. That's fine. Buffs, we're not going to give it any buffs. Like that's like when you eat it, will it give you a buff of any kind? Not going to do anything about that. Geo drops, artifact spots, don't need to worry about any of that. Can be given as gifts. All this can be saved as true. Exclude from random sale. That's like if you can sell it at the traveling card, or if it can be sold at the traveling card, I think. Gives a debuff. I mean, we could make it give a debuff. That would be fitting. Gives you like the nauseated debuff. We might be able to do that. The ID. We could try. Let's see. Let's see. So buffs it's a list containing models with these fields. Let's try it, man. Why not? Normally, fish don't have buffs, but who's to say? This is our mod. We can do whatever we want. Boom, boom. Let's figure it out. Okay, so what does a buff need? ID is the unique string for the entry within this list. So ID is not the actual like ID, the in-game ID of the buff. It's the ID in relation to other buffs that this that the bear raccoona could give. So this is just like a name that we would use to reference it. So this would be something like just I think I'm just gonna go with like default, honestly. Or I guess what's the like a descriptive version of this? Like nauseated? If we want to do like the actual like nauseous buff. Nauseated. Duration. Buff duration for in-game minutes can be set to -2 for a buff that should last for the rest of the day. That would be diabolical. It's the duration in in-game minutes. How long should the buff last? Should it last the entire day, or should it last like a few hours? Should it just be like a quick little thing? I feel like making it last the whole day is a little much. I think like an hour is fine. Yeah. So like 60 minutes. Punishment. I mean, people already aren't going to eat it because it's like -200 energy. The only person that's going to eat it is us to like test the debuff. It would make you nauseated all day? Alright, fine. -2. Okay, what else? Buff ID. The unique buff ID from data/buffs to apply, or null to ignore data/buffs and set the ID to food or drink depending on the is-drink field. If a buff from data/buffs is applied, you also specify other fields. Here's how the buff data is combined. Duration, icon, okay. So I think buff ID, so this is where we have to actually find the ID of the buff that we're looking for. And that will be in the game's files. So let me go check see if I can find that. It would be funny if it made you more likely to fish up trash. That would be fantastic, but that would require some custom coding, which is not in the purview of our current abilities. Okay, let's see. Data, buffs, open this up. I don't know which buff is which, chat. This could be a problem, because the buffs are just listed. This is how the buffs look when I go to look for them. They're just listed as buff 6, buff 7, buff 12. If I go to this file here, strings from CS files, and I look for the buff number, then I might be able to suss out which one is which, because I think that's where it gets its display name from. Okay, I can suss that out then. Strings from CS files. Let's see, strings. The wiki should have it. It didn't have like a link to like the buff IDs though. Strings from CS files. Oh yeah, this will do it. Okay, nauseated. Nauseous buff name. Nauseated. Okay, yeah. Okay, oh, this should be fine. This should be easy to find. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at here too. So this is like the string with like all the different names for different stuff in the game. We got nauseous buff name, nauseous buff description. So I think that in this case, the buff is actually it's not going to be a number. It's going to be the actual like nauseous. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it's this one. Nauseous buff name, nauseous buff description. So it's number 25 is the buff ID. So I believe I think we do the ID in like quotes like that. I don't think we do it as like its own like number. I think buff ID is going to be 25 like that. Okay. That should work. Is debuff? That would be true. Whether the buff counts as a debuff, so its duration should be halved when wearing the sturdy ring. Is debuff is true. Is debuff true? Duration 1 million. Our duration is -2, which is the whole day. I don't know if the sturdy ring affects that or not. Icon texture, this will all be set by the actual debuff itself, so that's fine. Custom buff attributes to apply, if any. The values from both entries are combined. So if we want to, we can like add additional stuff here. So we can make it so like your combat level goes down, or like your fishing level goes down, or something like that. You can cure it with ginger, that is true. You could also make your levels go up with this. We could make it so it's like a trade-off, right? So like you get the nauseated debuff, but you get like you get a buff to something else instead. That way there's an actual like incentive to eat it. Increased magnetism, maybe? Would that be a good enough incentive? Negative fishing level, positive foraging. That could be interesting. Because raccoons are good at foraging. I don't know if we need the negative fishing level, though. I feel like just the positive foraging level could work. I do think that if we want to give it a buff of some kind like that, I think edibility of -200 is a little extreme. Because that means, I believe, let's see, because that gets multiplied by 2.5, right? 200 times 2.5. That -200 edibility means you lose 500 energy when you eat it. Chat, would you do that trade-off? Would you do -500 energy for +2 foraging? Let's make it -50. Maybe -50 is okay. You don't need energy to forage. Okay, how do we set up this buff? Custom attributes. I think it goes like custom attributes, and then it would be one of these bad boys here, and then we do foraging level, and so this would just be the numerical value to increase it by. How much should we increase the foraging level by? I saw people saying 2. We don't want it to like necessarily. I mean, it depends on if we're going for balance or not. I mean, at this point, I mean, do we want to go for balanced? I guess that's up to y'all, whether we want to go balanced or not. 10, make it crazy. Sure, 10. Foraging level 10. Increases your foraging level by 10 when eaten. Fantastic. Any other buffs or debuffs we want to apply to this thing? It gives you the nauseated debuff, so you can't eat anything else for the rest of the day. Unless you eat ginger. And I believe the way we've coded this is that if you eat ginger, you also lose the foraging buff. So you have to keep both the nauseated debuff and if you want to keep the foraging level as well. I think that's how it'll work. Boop, boop. I just got a freaking Discord ping, man. I think my Discord is not in streamer mode right now. Oh, there's a cursed bald Elliot in my Discord, man. It's not the full sprite sheet, but chat, it's a start. It's a start. There it is. There he is. He's looking beautiful, man. He's looking great. It's a fantastic start. I think I have a hotkey for going into streamer mode, but I don't remember what the hotkey is. Enable streamer mode. Okay. All right, I think the buff section is looking good here. Let me get you back in. I think the buff section is looking totally fine. Anything else to add after buffs? Geodrops. All this is going to be fine here. The only thing we might want to add otherwise is context tags. Oh, you added a raccoon fish you sent in the Discord, Moth? Let's go. I'll check that in a second. Context tags. What context tags basically are is things that the game uses to determine how it should interact with certain other things. So you can see, like, yeah, the custom context tags add for this in addition to tags added. So you can add, like, you can add what color it is. You can add, like, what type of fish it is. All that sort of interesting stuff. So for right now, we'll leave that blank. I'll just leave that as null, but we'll come back and add to that once we have more data on the bear raccoona. All right, that should be everything we need for the item portion of the bear raccoon, and now we need to do the actual fishing portion. Oh wait, no, if we have the texture, I can go and add that as well. Hold on a second. You're telling me we've got a freaking raccoon fish in here? What the heck? Oh my gosh. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's incredible. I'm at a loss for words. I think there's this one from Moth in the Discord. There was another one, I think, as well, though. We also we also have this one. We also have this one from... Oh, my streamer mode's again preventing me from seeing who you are, from seeing your freaking name. Streamer mode. From Chocolate12, we have this one as well. Which you can see, I can see the cute little raccoon tail and the little raccoon face up there. So we got options here. We have options. This is more in line with the normal state of the how the fish normally look in the game, whereas this one up here is more in line with what you would expect a raccoon fish. I mean, you could definitely tell that this one's a raccoon. You could definitely tell this one's a raccoon. This one you can tell, but you have to squint a little more. You have to do a little more interpretation. Yeah, the first one is puppy fish coded. Seems like a river fish or possibly a river and lake fish. I would definitely think freshwater fish, yeah. One for the inventory, one for the aquarium. We could try and get this one in the aquarium. Does this one fit in a 16 by 16 though? Moth, is this a 16 by 16? Because this looks bigger. For right now, let me download both of them. Let's have a look here. Download here. You can't eat either of those. You don't think so, but you can adjust. Download this one as well. We have such a talented community that we have like 2 different options for this raccoon fish, man. This is fantastic. Okay, this one and this one. So it would be... Oh wait, Chocolate Latte 12. I think you actually sent... I think I downloaded the wrong one. Because you sent a 16 by 16 version, but that's okay. I should be able to resize this to 16 by 16 anyway. This one here. And then... Let me try and resize yours as well, Moth. Let me just see how kind of size we can get down to here. 16 by 20. He gets a little garbled if I try to size him down. Whoops, hold on. You're on a black screen right now, chat. I tried to size him down. He got a little eaten. This one sized down okay. This guy, he didn't make it. He didn't make it through. Can you mod in achievements? I think you can, but I never have. You broke him? I tried to make him the size I need, but he's not quite there, man. He's not quite there. You're just happy to make art. Moth, if you're able to like resize this to get like a 16 by 16 version, we could potentially use this as the like the aquarium variant of it. Like when you put him in the aquarium, this could be what he looks like. Regardless, I appreciate the contributions of art. No matter what, we'll go with this guy for right now because he fits size-wise here. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy you. We all agree it's a bottom feeder. Would we have it any other way? Okay, let me copy that. Let me go to the mod, assets, objects. Paste this little dude in here. Save that. So now you can see. There he is. Little 16 by 16, except now instead of just being in his own thing, he's in objects.png. So if I go back here, it's referenced here as objects.png, sprite index 0, so we shouldn't have to change anything there. That should just be good to go. Fantastic. Is there a way to have the aquarium version hack compatible like sea urchins? That I do not know, but we'll get into that in a second here. Because now that we have all the actual object data, now we have to start working on the fish data. Use the squished one as the smoked version. The game just like applies a filter basically to make a fish into a smoked fish. I don't think I can make a custom sprite for the smoked fish. At least not within my current knowledge base. So now we want to go... Where's fish? There's fish ponds. Oh, we have to give it fish pond data too, chat. Like items and quests and stuff for the fish ponds. I totally forgot about that part. Okay. I think fish data might be in location. If I just do Control F, fish. Oh no, it's right here. It's right here. Okay, let's see. How the game stores and parses fish data. Let's get fishy with it. Is it in data/fish? Data/fish. And it consists of a unique string. So this, is there, sometimes they have like a thing, because they're not always the same here. Because like, whereas with the farm animal, we were doing like the curly braces, and then like every little thing is associated with a different thing. Some of them are written differently. It's a string and a string lookup. Let me see if I can Let me go open data slash fish, the one that the game actually uses, and we'll go from there. Just so we can get an idea of how this is supposed to be formatted, because I think this is a different format than farm animals. Yeah, so this is how fish are formatted. Instead of like each one having its own like curly braces thing, you have this, where you have the ID of the fish, the item ID, and then you have a long string separated by slashes that give you all the data of the fish. So that's what we're going to be working towards making here. But why? Ask Concerned Ape. That's just the way the game is written. Okay, so I'm going to need to add a new file then. I can't pronounce that name. Thank you for becoming a member at the Neutron level, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciate the generosity. I'm glad you are enjoying the stream thusly. Thank you very much. All right, data. I will add a new text file. Call that fish.json. Yes, please. We open up fish.json. And now I bring you in. Fish.json. So we got to go to content so we can keep adding this in. So we got objects.json, which we need, and farm animals. And now we do data slash fish.json. Fantastic. Apologies if your name is Jason. You're probably like getting... This stream is probably throwing you off. Can the fish pond produce a living hat? I think it could. I think we could make that happen. Okay. We do changes, square brackets, curly braces, action, edit data, target, data slash fish. Do I need to do data slash fish.json? No, there's data slash whatever. Okay. And then entries. And then we do one of those. And now, so the ID is going to be the same as the item ID that we defined earlier. So mod ID underscore bear raccoona. Okay. And now this is where we start adding all the elements here. So we basically write them in order. So like the first thing that we write is going to be the name, which I don't know if you can use like it doesn't say it can be like a tokenizable string. Wait, hold on a second. If the value set at index 1 is trapped, the fish can only be caught in a crab pot and uses this format. We don't want that format. We want it with a fishing rod. So we want this format here. And then we got aquarium fish and stuff down here. We can deal with that in a minute. You want to change your name to chat for a while so you can be more parasocial? That would be so confusing. Okay, so the name is just, we're just going to... It doesn't say it's a tokenizable string, so I don't know if I can do anything else with that. So I think we just write bear raccoona. Okay. Chance to dart. How often the fish darts in the minigame. So this is the difficulty. This is the fish difficulty value, which is a number between, generally between, like the highest is the legend, right? At 120. Is the legend 120? Let's see. Legend. Legend is 110. 65. 65 wouldn't be too difficult, nor would it be too easy. It wouldn't be catchable with the training rod. 65. The people are demanding it. All right. Darting randomness. So this is the pattern that it follows. So if you ever looked at the fish difficulty values, then you know these ones. Mixed, smooth, floater, sinker, dart. Which of these words, which of these 5 words, as raccoons yourselves in chat, which of these words speaks most deeply to your soul? Do you feel smooth, floater, sinker, dart, or a little bit mixed, a little bit all over the place? Dart, dart, dart. Everyone's saying dart. Everyone's saying dart. People want this to be a hard fish to catch. All right, fair enough, fair enough. Dart. I think, does that have to be lowercase, just in case? Minimum size and max size. So that's going to be 3 and 4. So that's like the length of the fish in inches. Whenever you catch a fish, that it tells you like how many inches it is. So what is the minimum size of a barracuda? This is all you, chat. I'm just filling in numbers at this point. 6.5 to 65. I don't know if you can do like 6.5. I don't know if this has to be an integer or not. IRL raccoons are 15 to 30 inches. Raccoons are 24 to 38 inches. That sounds sufficiently random. Let's do 24 to 38. Okay. Min time to max time. So the time of day when the fish can spawn. Min time is inclusive, max time is exclusive, may specify multiple ranges. So we can have it, so this is where we set the time. And so it'll be available at this time and then unavailable at this time. Raccoons do come out at night. They are nighttime fish. So what's the earliest you think a raccoon should be catchable? Should it be like out like 9 p.m. maybe? Like 2100? 8 p.m., 7 p.m.? I see a lot of people saying 8 p.m. We'll go 8 p.m. then. So 2000, which is 2000 o'clock. It's like military time. And then straight on till the end of the day, which would be, I forget how the game writes it. I think it's 2600. I think because I think that's 2 a.m. I can actually, you know what? I can check though. I don't still have the other fish page open. I should have kept it open. The way that the game parses the data. This is what I do a lot when I'm modding, is I like just check like, well, how does the game write it? So yeah, they write it as 2600. Okay. Okay. So 2000 to 2600. Is that the only range we want? Do we want them to be available like early in the morning as well for like a little bit or something like that? Because we can, like I said, we can specify multiple ranges. Or do we just want them to be purely night? Just at night? Fair enough. That makes sense to me. Season. We can do... Oh, it's unused. Taken from data/locations instead. Okay, so the season actually doesn't matter for us then. We'll have to specify that in data locations. I forgot that we had to do that. I'll have to look at how I added a fish previously. Either way, so it says it's unused here, so we don't have to worry about that. So I'll just write spring. If it's not used, it's just going to ignore it anyway. Okay, weather. It can be sunny, rainy, or both. Raccoons in chat, rise up. Is a bear raccoon sunny, rainy, or both? Rainy, so it's more wet. It is, I mean, the description is furry and wet. But I would assume that's just because it's in the freaking water. Bald Elliot dropped in Discord. That is fantastic news, Antonia. We'll come back to that once we're done with the bear raccoon. Bald Elliot is ready. That's crazy. That's crazy fast work, honestly. I'm very thoroughly impressed. Can we add windy too? I think it's... No, it can only be one of these three. We'll do both. No reason to break the mold. Locations is also unused, so we'll just do... Honestly, just like freaking copy this. I don't know if there actually needs to be something here, or if I could just leave it blank, but we'll just copy that for right now. It's fine. Max depth. The minimum number of tiles from land that the player must cast their rod, that the chance for catching this fish is not decreased. If the player casts closer to land than this minimum, they accrue a penalty percentage points for each tile below this minimum. So basically that means if we want them to have a penalty for casting closer to land, do we want to apply that, or should we just put max depth at like 0? So that way it doesn't matter how close you cast to the land or not. I feel like just putting it at 0 is fine. Let's not gate it too much. The raccoons like to be close to shore. Chance. The base chance that this fish has already been determined as the base chance for catching this fish once it has been determined as one of the possible fish to catch at a tile. After applying buffs from fishing level and training rod, this value is clamped to 0.9 before applying other buffs, as if the curiosity lure and the targeted bait. So this is just basically how rare this fish is. How rare do we want the bear raccoona to be? I think like 1 is... Well, it says it's clamped to 0.9, so I think that's like the highest it can go. Not rare, so we can catch it. Let's do like 0.65, sure. 0.65, why not, man? It's already like, I mean, you already have to be fishing pretty late to catch this guy, so 0.65. Fantastic. Depth multiplier. A multiplier used when penalizing the player for not casting the rod at least max depth from land. We shouldn't be applying that anyway, so we'll just leave that at 0.5. Fishing level. The minimum fishing level required for this fish to appear. Most fish don't have a minimum fishing level for them to catch. That's mainly for legendary fish and the scorpion carp for some reason. So I think we leave that at 0. And first catch tutorial eligible. So this is whether or not you can actually hook this fish while the catching tutorial is active. Because some fish are not able to be hooked. Too special? I would agree. I would say false. Because it's kind of like a special little fish. Okay. Aquarium fish. We'll have to edit that in its own time here. Next, I believe we have to, because there's a couple things here for data/locations. Data/locations. I'll have to like brush up on how that's added in here. Locations. I think the best way to do this, actually, because there's a lot of information in data/locations, because basically data/locations is all the information for each and every like map in the game, and all like the different like artifact spots and fish that you can catch in there and everything. So I think the easiest way to do that is to piggyback off of my old work, because like I said, I did add a fish. I added at least one fish for my Christmas mod way back when. So I think the easiest thing to do here is just look at what I did there. Yeah, I added the angel fish. I added a few fish, actually, now that I think about it. I added the angel fish. I added the parrot fish. Okay. So you can see here, this is probably the best way to visualize what we have to do. It's not actually that bad. This is what I did, but this is the data for the Christmas mod, is where, so I target data/locations, and then we pick the field. So that's so we would pick which location. So for this case, it would be Island North, which is the north part of Ginger Island, and then the fish data, because we're adding a fish, and then you add a new entry with all the relevant fish information. So it's actually not too bad here. So we just have to add that. So I'll have to make a new file. Whoops. Enjoy your lurkdom here, Aunt Hum. Enjoy your lurkdom and have a good rest. Okay. Let me go. Community mod, data. New JSON file. Locations.json. There's fish tank sprites in the Discord. There's like 3 different ones. Y'all are so fast with this artwork. It's crazy. Thank you very much. I was worried I was going to have to be like in paint for half the stream, making like sprites and stuff. I'm glad y'all are on top of this. This is wonderful. Okay. Changes. Boop, boop. And then boop, 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 boop. Action. Edit data. Target. Data / locations. Target field. This is a different one because we're targeting not just the file itself, but a particular location within that file. But now this begs the question, because as you can see in the old one I did here, Island North fish, where do we want the raccoon fish to be catchable from? Did I miss the bald reaction? I haven't looked at the Discord recently, so I haven't seen the finalized bald sprites. Secret Woods. Secret Woods makes sense to me as one possible location. We have to find how the game refers to the Secret Woods, because the game has like internal names. Oh yeah, wait, here it's on the wiki actually. So let's see, location names. Secret Woods. This one here, Secret Woods and Cindersap Forest blocked by a large log. It's just called Woods in the game code. Okay, so we go back here and we put in Woods, and we can do multiple locations, by the way. We can do this because as you can see over here, you can do like target different fields, and you can add the fish in different places. So we're gonna do Woods, fish. Okay. And then we're doing entries. Boop. And it should just be, yeah, the name of the fish. So we do mod ID _ Barracuda. Okay. And let's reference, is there a reference on here? Fish. Oh my gosh, there's so many different things we could change for the fish. All right. Well, let's go from the top, as we do. And then we can, like, copy-paste this all to, like, different locations if we need to. All right, common fields for item spawn fields. So this is, like, anytime that the game is trying to, like, spawn an item. So there's many different circumstances where the game spawns an item. There's like all sorts of common fields that you could add in here. So we could technically like make it so like every time you catch a Barracuda, you can catch like, you can change like the base quality, the base quantity, I think, like min stack, max stack. You can do a whole bunch of different stuff here. But I think for right now, let's keep it simple. Let's look at how I did it in ye olden times. I just did item ID, and then the rest of this was all relevant to the actual fish data. So I'm just gonna do item ID. So this is the actual item ID. Whoops. This is the actual item ID of the thing that you're catching. So this is gonna be the same as the name there. Fantastic. Whoops. Keep fat fingering things here. If we go Secret Woods, should it also be fishable from the forest farm map like the wood skip? We definitely could make it fishable from there as well. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But let's get the data in here first and foremost. Okay. Let's just go off of this here. So chance, because what were we missing in here? What was the actual things that were dependent on location instead of the fish data? Yeah, it was season and then location, which we already have set. Okay. Let's just go with this stuff here. So chance to catch it. I think I always set the chance to 1.0 on like all of these guys, because the chance is also affected by the value we put in here, this 0.65. So basically the chance of 1.0 means that when you I think what chance 1.0 means in this context, like if I had to put this in here, chance 1.0, and it is just a number, not a string, yeah. Chance 1.0. I think what that means is that when you cast your line out, this is the chance that you're even eligible to catch this fish, provided that the location and time and everything is right. So like if you cast in the forest, in the secret woods pond past 8 p.m. during the right season, then you have a 100% chance of being able to catch the bear raccoona. But if you want to make it rarer, then you could make it so like, well, even if you satisfy all the other requirements, you only have a 50% chance of being able to hook it in the first place, and that's how you would make it like super rare. So I think we just leave it at a 100% chance for right now, 1.0. We already know it's going to be 0.65. That would make it too rare, because it would be like 0.65 times the other 0.65. Sivan, thank you for the 23 months of support of the Positron level, by the way. Thank you, thank you. About to fall asleep, so idea. Cacting achievement for selling 650 cactus fruit. Unlocks the cactus fruit hat. I love every element of that. I don't know if I'll be able to incorporate all that within the time frame here, Sivan, but that is a wonderful idea. Thank you for your generosity. Rest well if you're about to fall asleep, and thank you for being here. That is a very fun idea. I like that. It makes me happy. The cactus fruit hat would actually be, like, so cute. Okay, so chance 1.0. What else did we have here? Fish area ID. Fish area ID, freshwater, ocean. Let me go and actually, let's check the actual... There's one thing to reference what I've already done in the past. It's another thing to have the game tell me, like, what all this stuff means. Let's just not mess with it here. Okay, fish areas. Okay, so chance, the probability the fish will spawn if selected as a decimal value between 0 and 1. Okay, yeah, so I actually had it backwards the way I was describing it. So basically what the chance is if we roll that 0.65 chance to catch the fish, or to hook the fish, then the chance will determine whether or not you actually catch it. It's basically like a secondary chance, I think. Okay, season. Season. Back to things that normal people can understand. What is the season of the bear raccoona? How do we what season should it be available in? Should it be available in all seasons? Or should it be a specific season? Winter, fall, all seasons. All but winter? You think it gets too cold for them in the winter? They gotta hibernate for the winter? Winter while raining. That could be interesting. I don't know if I can do that, though. I don't know if I can make it, like, weather dependent based on a different season. That might be beyond my scope. You feel sad thinking about them freezing? We'll do all except winter, then. So I believe this would be spring, summer, fall. I think that's how you have to do the seasons. Do I have any examples of seasonal requirements here? Winter, spring, summer, fall. I don't remember if it's like a list like that. Oh, wait. If set the specific season when the fish can be caught, this is much more efficient than using condition, but only supports a single season. Ugh, this only supports a single season. So I'd have to do it with, I think, this instead, with condition here, a game state query, which will indicate whether we can do this. Okay, so we'll want to do that instead. Instead of season here, we want to do... I guess we could leave season and just do null to make it all seasons. Actually, I think with the condition I can do, like, if it's raining in the winter. So I could do, like, condition or the game state query? Because the game state queries, you can do like a lot of different stuff, I think. A game state query. So we would do date and time. So season, it would look like this. It would look something like season, spring, summer, fall. And then how do I like add extra stuff? How do I do multiples? I think it's like, oh, I think I have to do it like this. It gets a little confusing when you start doing stuff like this. I think what you have to do, though, is any... So it can be either... And you have to do, like, backslash... This might start to look confusing, and that's okay. I don't even know if I'm doing it the right way myself, but... I think this is alright. Any season, spring, summer, fall, or... The other alternative would be season, winter, weather, rainy. That might be how it goes, because I do like that idea of it being available in the winter, but only when it's raining. Is weather... Weather... Oh, it's location. Weather ID in a given location. I think the given location could just be here, though, right? Like, it can be, like, where you currently are. Yeah, here. Weather, here. Rainy. I think that's fine. Oh, but it would just be rain, not rainy. Weather here, rain. Okay. I think this is good. I hope, maybe. If it's not, then we'll find out in testing. Alrighty. Season null, because we specified that under condition there. What else could we need here? What else might we want to do? Take me back. Take me back. Fish area ID. If set, the fish area in which the fish can be caught defaults to null all zones. So that's basically this is fish area ID is if there were different areas within the location that you could be theoretically fishing. Like in Cindersap Forest, there's the river and the pond. That's what that would be. But because this is the Secret Woods, we don't need to worry about that. If we choose to add it to Cindersap Forest as well, then we'll have to look into that. Bobber position, player position, min fishing level, all this stuff. Do we want a curiosity lure buff? The value of the spawn chance. Should the curiosity lure affect the chance of getting the bear raccoona? As raccoons, as ambassadors of raccoon culture, would the curiosity lure grab your attention? Yes. Very curious. The value to add to the spawn chance. I don't know how... Like, I don't know if that should be like a decimal or not. Shiny? Raccoons like shiny things? Let's just... Sure. You know what? Curiosity... Lure... Buff? Let's do like freaking... 0.5. I don't fully know what that equates to in the actual game, but it sounds alright to me. So it'll add that value to this chance to spawn. Specific bait buff. So that's like if you have equipped bear raccoona bait, how much it increases it by. It will already normally increase it if we just leave it alone. We don't need to increase it any further, I don't think. A multiplier applied to the spawn chance when the player has a specific bait equipped. I think we just leave that alone. Catch limit. The maximum number of fish which can be caught by each player. This limit is permanent. Yeah, okay. We don't want a catch limit on these guys. We want you to be able to catch as many as you want. Is boss fish? So that would be if it's a legendary fish, which it's not. Training rod. That's based on the difficulty, so we just leave that alone, I think. Require magic bait, no. Min distance from shore, we can just leave all that alone. Precedence, I think this precedence is a little confusing sometimes. It's basically like which fish will be checked first when you're checking for fish to catch. I think I just leave that alone for right now. Make cotton candy bait. That would be kind of cute. Like a cotton candy bait that guarantees you can catch the raccoon fish. I wonder if we could do that. Ignore fish data requirements. Whether to ignore the requirements listed in there. We don't want to do that. Can be inherited. Set flag on catch. I think we can honestly leave all the rest of this stuff alone. I think this is fine. Use trash as bait. I don't think the game lets you put trash in your bait box on your fishing rod. That would be wonderful though. Okay. So this is the data for the Barracuda in specifically the Secret Woods. So do we want it to be available anywhere else beyond the Secret Woods? Do we want to add more locations? Make bait that uses a trash sprite? We certainly could. We certainly could do that. The Cindersap Forest Pond. That would make sense because it's like right next to where the raccoon house is. You know what I didn't think about either? I think there's a game state. There's like a condition that you can check for here. Give me 1 second. Go condition, game state query. Control F. Raccoon. I feel like there's like a thing where it's like you can check to see if they've seen a specific event. Is event. So we can like check to see if like the raccoons have shown up or if like they've helped with the raccoons or anything like that. World state field. I'm trying to... I don't know whether that's... That could... Because that could be fun. So like you can only catch this fish after you've helped out the raccoon family, right? I'm just trying to figure out where that is. Player info in progress. That could be in here. Player has achievement. Is there an achievement tied to the raccoons? There is, right? Someone has to tell Argon he might be dooming the raccoons because it won't rain in winter without a rain totem. Well, that's the idea, is that if you want to catch the Barracuda in the winter, then you got to use a rain totem. Player has heard song. Player has caught fish. Player has all achievements. Player has current money. Player trash can level. Player killed monsters. Player special rule active. Player stat. Player visited location. Player relationship. Player preferred pet. Player has heard song. That could be like if they've seen the, I don't know if that song has like an ID. Have you missed the fish pond design? Not yet, not yet. Has target location. Is community center complete? I feel like there's a way to do this, and I feel like it would be so good. World state field. World state ID. What about unlocked greenhouse? Greenhouse. Green rain. No. It's a good thought, though. Player has run trigger action. Specified player has applied any of the specified trigger actions. What are the trigger actions again? Raccoon. No. I haven't learned enough about trigger actions to use them consistently. Player has trinket. There's got to be a way, man. There's got to be a way. Yeah, we're trying to make it so that you can only catch this fish after having befriended the raccoons, or at least having seen that cutscene. What about cutscene? Cutscene. Scene. Yo, speaking of raccoons. Speaking of raccoons. You hear them in the background there? I think they approve. I think they approve, man. I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. I gotta let him sing. My bad. Check Raccoon. Activate Mr. Raccoon. Player has conversation topic. What about quests? Quest. Isn't there a quest? Quests completed. Player special order complete. Because isn't there a quest to help the raccoon family? The Good Neighbor achievement. Do we want to do that? Data/achievements. Achievements. Good Neighbors. So that'd be this one here. 39. Because part of me is like, because if we did this, if we made it so that it was locked behind this achievement, you would have to help the raccoon family through their entire like quest line. You'd have to like complete all the quests. I think that's too much. I think I just want it to be like when the raccoon family becomes available, or like after the greenhouse, basically. Yeah, greenhouse would be perfect. If we can find a way to make it so that's like once the greenhouse has been completed. Has target location. Whether target location is explicitly set for the current context. I think that's like if you're in the greenhouse. Farm cave. Buildings constructed. Does that count for the... Let's see. Buildings constructed. Checks if any buildings were constructed in the current building type. I don't think that would work. Is there a quest for repairing the stump? There is, but I can't figure out where quests are in this. Is event. Whether the player is viewing the data of that event. We don't want that. Can you base it on learning the gardening pot recipe? That could be a hacky way of doing it. Like if it's like player has recipe. Player has crafting recipe. We could do that. That would be bizarre. What website am I on? This is the Stardew Wiki. Exclamation point modding for all the different modding indexes and like everything here. Players caught fish. Farmhouse upgrade. Could you add a new achievement? Potentially. Wait, player has seen event. That sounds perfect. Whether the specified players have seen any of the specified events. But how do I know which events are which? Player trash can level, player location context, player mod data, money earned, shipped basic items, special order active, player stat, player visited location. How can we specify the event? That's what I'm saying. We can always do whether players has that the crafting recipe for the garden pot, because you only get that after you get the greenhouse, so that could be a way to do it. Let me see. Is there like data for like events? Take me back. Take me all the way back. Events. Events. Raw data. Events. Oh, these are like the hard events and stuff. Event preconditions. Day of the month. Greenhouse. There has to be. I think this is all. Wait, community center or warehouse done? Yeah. It has greenhouse. We can figure this out, chat. I've never done a condition this complicated, but I think it would be so perfect. Let me go into the actual. I can go data, events. Farm events. Hold on a second. Oh gosh, there's so many. Can I control F greenhouse? Wait. Oh, this might be it. We might be onto something. CC greenhouse. Wait, how do I do that? Look at the mail events. There's one for pantry complete. I found like a greenhouse event, but I think this is the one that like it's a cutscene that triggers basically when it's when Evelyn shows up to give you the to give you the garden pot. I'm spending too long on this. I should probably let's just do a hacky solution. We'll just do a little bit of a hacky solution, and we'll call it good. I can fix it later. So let's see, where was I? I was like fish, item spawn, condition. I think has like crafting recipe. Player has crafting recipe, and then we would do the name of the crafting recipe, which would be garden pot, because it's like current field snack. Okay, I think that's fine. Yeah, these are all the different events on the farm, by the way, in case you were wondering. So then it would be add another condition here. Player has crafting recipe current garden pot, I think. Boop, boop. I'm hoping that'll work. If not, we'll figure it out. We'll suss it out. This is making me appreciate all the mods people have made, from simple to complex ones. It's true. Like, I mean, you can do a lot. Like none of this has been actual like C# coding and stuff, but it's still complicated, and you still have to like know what you're doing and type very precisely. No matter what, it takes a bit to work on and make a mod like this, or a mod of any capacity. Okay. So now that we have that, now we can take this whole shebang here, put a little comma right there. We can duplicate that, and instead of woods, we would do Cindersap Forest, right? We want to do the Cindersap Forest Pond. So what is the name of the Cindersap Forest within the game? Cindersap Forest south of the farm is just called Forest. Easy enough. So instead of woods, you do forest. And then for this, we have to do, in addition to all this other stuff, we have to do, I think, fish areas. Because Cindersap Forest has the river or the ponds. So where was it? Oh, fish area ID. If set the fish area in which the fish can be caught as an area ID defined under fish areas. Okay, so fish area ID. And then I have to go into the location and find what the ID of the specified fish area is. Because fish areas here is specified for each different location. and it has a specific like ID attached to it. So basically what I have to do now is I have to go and open, because I don't think this will be available on the wiki. I have to go and find all the location data, locations.json for the game itself. Where are we at? Where are we at? Locations.json. Okay, so we come in here, and then I can control F forest. Farm forest? No, but we can do that as well, because that'll be, if we want to add it so like it's the same as the wood skip, where you can catch it on the forest farm. You could do that. We want to find the location of the forest. Yeah, here we go. Forest. And then we go looking through this. Artifact spots. We want fish areas. These are all different artifact spots. Fish areas. Lake. This is the one we want. So we just want to specify lake. So fish area ID. Lake. That should be it, I think. And then everything, and then all the other conditions still apply. Okay. Should I make it available on the forest farm as well, chat? Just for like completeness' sake? Similar to how the wood skip is available on the forest farm? What do we think? Got a cute little baby calf that we're foster raising on our dairy farm. She's a tiny fluffy Oreo cow. Oh my gosh, that sounds so adorable. Calling her Nelly Belly. That's so cute. That's so cute. Okay. I do think, yeah, let's add it. Let's do this because we don't want to copy the fish area ID there. We just want to change this to, it was farm_forest, right? We can check the actual location names here. Let's see, forest. Well, it's actually not listed in here, but it was one that was in here, right? Forest. Yeah, farm forest. Okay. I have to assume that farm forest means the forest farm, and it doesn't have any specified fish areas. Okay. That should work. That should work, y'all. Am I using Notepad++? Indeed I am. Indeed I am. Okay, so we gave the fish object data, we gave the fish location data, we gave the fish data. I think that's enough to at least go into the game and test whether we can catch a bear raccoona. And then we can... and then after that, we can come back and we can add fish pond data and aquarium fish data. Ooh, B_boss. You picked a great time. Dude, why is B_boss? Why is it so quiet here? Turn it up, man. Turn it up. Get those bees in chat. A full wall of bees to wake everybody up. Wake up, honey. Wake up. Our mod is ready for testing purposes. The bear raccoona. The first raccoon-themed fish in Stardew Valley history. We're about to go and add it to the game. There's so many good fish tank sprites on Discord. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see. That's so unfair to future VOD watchers who are sleeping. I apologize. If I woke you up with b_boss.ogg with its loudness, my sincerest apologies, friends. Gonna add the mod to the game. Go catch a raccoon fish over in the forest. It's gonna go like swish, swish, swish. And I'm gonna catch it. It's gonna be oh so much fun. And then I will eat it to test whether it is done. Because we gotta test for the buff, of course. Alright. Add that in there. And let's see. I made a lot of different changes here. Oh wait, I don't think I added... Yeah, I didn't do this yet, chat. I almost forgot. I almost missed like the most important thing here. over in content.json. We did all that writing in locations.json, but we didn't actually include locations.json. That would have been problematic. So data, wait, no. Data slash locations.json. Okay. Now we should be good to go. Also, let me lower the volume on the music. And I'm going to have to re-add the mod to the folder here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Boom. Okay. When you eat it, you have a 1% chance of getting an item that you lost earlier in the challenge. That would be very thematically appropriate. All right, Smappy, please no errors. Please, I know I added a lot of stuff just now, so there's a high chance for errors. Please no errors. Ah, I got red text. I got red text all over the place, chat. Oh no. Failed loading asset, data locations. This doesn't seem to be valid JSON. What's the line number? What's the line number? Line 12, position 5. The red text of death. The error told me it's in locations.json. This is ours, right? Yeah. Hold on, I've got too many of these open right now. This is the one I don't need anymore. This is for the reference to the actual game. Line 12, position 5. Line 12, position 5. Oh, I bet you I know what it is. I think it's on line 11. I bet I don't have a comma after this, do I? I don't have a freaking comma after this. You gotta watch out for those commas. If you're ever coding your own mod, chat, that's the first thing you should check for. If you get an error message, just check if you missed a comma somewhere. That means I also missed a comma here, and I also missed a comma here, because I copy-pasted that. Okay, hopefully that'll help. Courtney, thank you for renewing your membership at the Neutron level, by the way. Thank you, thank you. You can't hit me with the SMH. Every programmer worth their salt has missed a comma or a semicolon or a bracket at some point or another. It's a rite of passage, and even the most seasoned programmers will tell you that is bound to happen from time to time. It's also one of the easiest things to like go and check for as a debug step. Okay. Take 2. Did the comma fix everything? Moment of truth. We got no red text. No red text, no yellow text. It's all looking good, chat. It's all looking good. Wait for the game to load up. There's a chance. There's a chance. Load in as Beatrix here. What's the difficulty? How rare? It shouldn't be super rare. Oh my gosh, the freaking possums. I forgot we slept in the possum barn as well. Okay. Let me clean up my inventory something here. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. That's fine for right now. I mean, we're gonna reset the state of this farm eventually anyway. Chembra, welcome on in. You're here just in time. We're about to test the state of our new fish that we have added to the game, the raccoon-themed fish. So, this fish should only be available in the Secret Woods and in Cindersap Forest after 8 p.m. if you have the garden pot crafting recipe, which is our hacky way of checking for greenhouse completion, because I couldn't quite figure that out in real time. So how do we test this? I think the easiest way... do I have my fishing rod with me? I don't. So we'll just grab a freaking advanced iridium rod real quick. Boom. We did say that they would be inclined to like curiosity lures. So let's get a curiosity lure. The other lure we can have the sonar bobber, so we can see what we're catching as we catch it. Boom, boom. And then for bait, there should actually be bear raccoon bait. Look at it. It automatically gets added to the game because the bear raccoon is in here. Bear raccoon bait. We can change the color of that bait by changing context tags and stuff, I think. We didn't update the context tags to be correct. But if we change like context tags and make that like color gray, then we would probably get gray bait. Is it catchable on the forest farm? Yes. Rain totem? We shouldn't need a rain totem because it's only... The rain is only a requirement if it's in the winter, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the way that's the way we wrote it up in the dirt. Hello, raccoon friends. Good to see you, as always. We're about to bestow you with a new member of your family, the first aquatic raccoon. So it should be available here. I think the best way to test this... Let's see. Farm and fishing. Pardon me, my throat's getting all scratchy. I think the best way to test this, let's do instant bite. That way, not instant catch, because we want to be able to like test the difficulty and stuff and how it feels. Instant bite. Durable tackles is fine. Okay, that should be good. And now we can change the time. So it should be available after 8 p.m. is what we set it up for, right? So let's set it up. Let's go to 7:30. And let's just cast and see if we get any bear raccoons here. Because if we did, then then the time is not right. I'm not getting anything so far. It's all trash so far, which is to be expected. The raccoons love this pond for this exact reason. 8 p.m. There he is, man. There he is. Does he need to be more difficult, chat? He's darting around a little bit. He's like not stopping moving. He's an antsy little guy. Bear raccoon. First catch, bear raccoon. There he is. Furry and wet. Minus 225 energy. Plus 10 foraging. That sounds like a good deal. Yummy. Oh, I don't feel so good. Oh, geez. And now you're nauseated for the rest of the day. But you do have plus 10 foraging. I'm literally level 20 foraging. I'm the ultimate forager. And in theory, if I eat ginger, because that's what normally eliminates the nauseated debuff, right? So that eliminates the nauseated debuff, but it also gets rid of the foraging debuff, or the foraging buff. That's fantastic, man. Let's catch another one. In front of the raccoons. That is a hefty energy penalty. Minus 225 energy is kind of crazy. But you should feel bad about eating the bear raccoon, of course. Naturally. Aquarium time. Well, I have to test as well. We want to test and see if it's catchable. Let me go debug. No clip mode here. Want to test if it's catchable over here as well. Boop. Should be. If everything else worked. Yeah, he's here. He's here. Beautiful. The speed is making your eyes hurt. I don't blame you. Furry and wet. It's such a cursed description. Let's also verify that in Cindersap Forest, it's only available in the pond. What is with this debris situation? Let's see if I try and fish for it in the river. Will it show up? Do a few casts here, just in case. Fresh Funk Produce, thank you very much for the 12 months, 1 full year of support at the Electron level. Thank you, thank you. The stream idea was brilliant. I hope y'all are having fun with it. I was hoping to like get to more ideas, but as it turns out, modding is a long process. So So I hope you don't mind that we've been mainly focusing on like just 2 ideas basically for the first little bit here. But I appreciate all your input. You're loving it? I'm glad to hear that. It does appear that the bear raccoona is not available in the river here. He's showing up in the fishing collection. Right there he is, man. There he is. Right at the top where he belongs. Why no gold / iridium quality? Am I not level 10? I wasn't fishing that far from shore. If I fish like all the way out from shore, let's see. That's not. You're not a bear raccoona, dude. Get out of here. Bro, where my bear raccoon is at? There he is. So he's not a guaranteed catch, but he's still relatively common with the targeted bait and everything. Is this iridium quality? That's iridium quality, yeah. I just wasn't fishing out far enough. Plus 10 foraging. It looks so tempting, man. Minus 325 energy for the iridium quality one. Oh no. So you really want to catch basic quality ones ultimately. If you want to actually like make use of the buff in any capacity. Very nice. I like that, man. I like that. The bear raccoona. The sprite is amazing. The sprite looks so good in game. It looks fantastic, man. Oh, I love it. Speaking of sprites, though, we do still have more work to do, chat. Well, let's see. 1 in chat, if we should finish up the bear raccoona and like do like the aquarium stuff and the fish pond data and everything. 2 in chat, if we should go back and try and implement Bald Elliot first, because apparently the art is there for both of those things. And Bald Elliot was on the back burner. Isn't that all of your energy? You have a max of 508 energy if you have enough star drops. It's chill, it's chill. Yeah, we focused on the bear raccoona for a good amount of time now. Let's pivot back and do some Bald Elliot shenanigans. It was requested earlier, so shall it be written, so shall it be done. Do I want Bald Elliot in my game? I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent. But I'm curious to see what these sprites look like. Yo, there's a freaking cactus fruit hat in here. Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know if you're ready for this one, chat. I don't know if you're ready for this one. Let me open it up. Here he is. Here he is. That's my man. He is as bald as they come. You made this one, Civics? This was you? He's got the little shiny part on his head, man. It's so good. It's so good. Oh my gosh, how did you do this so perfectly? I love it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's way better than I could have done, I'll tell you that. I will tell you that. Okay, we got to try and figure out how to put this in the game now. Like I said, I've never adjusted an actual like character's existing sprite sheet. I can't imagine it's that hard. But I've never done it, so we're gonna have to learn together here. Slime from the yard looking guy, +2. Okay. Let's go work out and suss this out together. Famous last words? I hope not. Alright, take me back here. We want to go back to the modding index. NPCs is what we're looking at. NPCs, gonna be overview. What's needed to create a custom NPC? We don't want to create a custom NPC. We just want to edit an existing NPC. Can I just change the texture? We found a spot where we could do that here. Appearance. Yeah. Wait, the data for these is in where? Create a new NPC. Data slash characters asset contains data about an NPC. Let's go find that. Let's go find the spot for Elliot, just so we know what like we're working with here. Close this for right now. Stardew Valley stuff. Characters. Actually, hold on. I might be able to just... Is there an easier way to do this, I wonder? Actions. Edit data. Edit image. I've never done this one before. Hold on a second. This is in the content patcher documentation. This might be the easiest way to do this, actually. This has got to be the easiest way to do it, I think. Edit image. Because we've been doing edit data to actually, like, add data to everything recently. Pin bald Elliot. You're right. We're not currently working on the raccoon fish. Antonia, type bald Elliot so I can pin it. Because that's what we're currently working on. Bald Elliot. Fantastic news. Perfect. What a great thing to come into. All right, edit image lets you edit one of the game's image assets. Any number of content packs can edit the same image. This lets you edit or replace any portion of the image, overlay a new image onto the existing one, or extend the image. For example, if your content pack has an assets/tuna.png with a custom tuna sprite, you would replace the tuna sprites in-game. Edit image, and then you pick the target that you want from file to area. Okay, I think I understand this. I think I understand how this is gonna work here. Basically, what we have to do is find which target which file we're targeting. And I believe for a character sprite, that's gonna be, it's just gonna be characters / whoever. Well, I'm gonna have to split this up. I'm gonna have to split up the file that was sent to me. We're gonna have to do some multiple image edits here. Okay, because the way it's in the game, instead of like a full sprite sheet, it's like this instead. It's like there's this file here, and then there's one for Beach Elliot, and there's one for Elliot in Winter. So I'm gonna have to, and then we'll have to change the portraits on their own as well. So I'm gonna have to like, I'm basically just gonna have to cut up the bald Elliot sprite sheet that was sent to me and make sure it lines up with these. That should be totally doable. Let me just open this. I think the easiest way to do this. Give me 1 second, chat. Stardew Valley. Characters. Elliot. Open up all of Elliot's stuff here. And I'm gonna have to find his portraits as well. Portraits. Be in here. Elliot, Beach, and Winter. Okay. Let me close some of these other ones that I'm not using anymore. Boop, boop, boop. Don't need this. Don't need this, don't need this, don't need that. Okay. Alright. I think we can make this happen now. So we have our full bald Elliot sprite sheet, courtesy of Civics over in the Discord. Much love for Civics for making this a reality, because it would have taken me forever. And now we have to basically take this. So this is the default one here, right? So we select this entire shebang, right? Like that. 64 by 416. We copy that. And then we go to the main Elliot thing here. And we paste it. And it's just there. Okay, so now it's the perfect exact right size. Okay, fantastic. And I'll save that momentarily. And we should be able to do that with all the other variants of Elliot here. So we got his winter attire. That's a blurst image. I gotta make sure I get the actual dimensions of this. Actually, you know what I can do is I can, because I already have this full size selected here, so what I can do is make it a second layer, then we can shift over until it lines up with where it needs to be here. I'm looking at like the edges of these portraits here so we don't get any like overhanging pixels. That looks good to me. Okay, that's his winter fit. We copy that. We go to Elliot's winter page here and we paste that. Ah, I had it on the wrong layer, that's why. Copy that. Paste that. Perfect. It's looking fantastic so far. Now I need to do his beach fit, which is a little smaller. So we do this, select this whole shebang here. It has to be the right size, like the right height and everything. I think it's going to be 160 because it's a multiple of 16. 64 by 160, which I'm looking at this number down here for the bounding box size in case you're wondering. Okay, then we copy that. We go to the beach. We paste that. Does that look right? That looks right to me. Perfect. It's literally just removing his hair. Okay, fantastic. And now we have to do the portraits. We have 3 different sets of portraits for the 3 different variants here. And we got all the various portraits. So now we do basically the same thing. We take this right here and we go copy all the way up to... I forget the actual size. Wait, what's the size of one of these portraits? It's like... goes up to like right there. Right? So that's 64 by 352. Oh no, it's 64 by 64. Okay. So how tall should this be? It's going to be 128 wide, and it's going to be, well, 64 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 64 times 5, well, 60 times 5 is 300. It's 320, right? So it's going to be 128 by 320. To fit in everything, plus all like the white space. 128 by 320 is right there. Okay, copy that. Perfect. It's so cursed, man. He's kind of rocking it though. I can't lie. I can't lie that Elliot kind of rocks the bald look. I think he's just a handsome man, no matter the hair. He's a bald king. That's what I'm saying. He is owning it. Okay, now we do that. We take the bounding box here, and we can shift it on over. It's giving Northern Lion. I mean, people will say that any bald individual looks like Northern Lion. But I think he might be right. I think like he's got kind of like Northern Lion chin a little bit there. Whoops. Wrong layer. His hair was holding him back this whole time. All right, and then last but not least, we do the same with this daddy over here. Something like this. Yeah, there you go. That's perfectly bound. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. Elliot fangirls are either frothing, well, fangirls, fanboys, fan non-binary, Elliot fans in general. I don't know why I defaulted to fangirls. I'm showing my biases. Elliot fans are either in love or crying right now. He's got a little bit of a head dent. That's okay. All right. All those are good to go now. I'm going to save those in their respective places where they need to be. And then we should be able to start editing some images here. So let me go ahead and save this. So what I'm going to do is go to my mod directory, assets. I'm going to make a new folder in here for characters. And then I'll save elliot.png in there. And then I'll save Elliot beach.png. We want to save that to the same place. Perfect. Elliot Winter, we also save to there. It's gonna take a minute because I have to like navigate to the directory every time. I guess I can just copy the directory now that I'm thinking about it. Just copy this directory. Elliot Winter, save that. And then we're saving the portraits next. Boom. But I want to make a new folder for portraits because that's how they do it in the game's architecture too. It's interesting because we already know what Bald Elliot's gonna look like because we have the sprites and everything, but when we see it actually in action in the game, that's gonna be a whole different story, man. That's when it becomes real. That's when we've actually stolen his hair from him. As of right now, it's all just conceptual. Okay. Everything is saved. I have all the images I need. Now I just have to execute on this. So let's see. We need to basically do this. We have to do this edit image thing for each individual Elliot image. So we have 6 different images. We have to do it for, we have to do this 6 different times with the various files here. So first things first, we're gonna have to go to mod here, content.json. And we're gonna have to load all of our Elliot, stuff. So I think I have to do this differently because they're not in the assets folder here. They're gonna be in different folders. So I think what I have to do is I basically have to, like I said, it's my first time really doing it like this, so I might mess this up, but the way I think that this has to work is you have to do assets, because it's an assets / characters for one of them. And then we're going to be loading mod ID / Elliot. And then I have to verify the names here. Give me 1 second. Comp, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Elliot Beach, and Elliot _Beach and Elliot _Winter. Okay. Girth Day was your favorite thing to come out of yesterday's stream. I can't believe people have latched onto Girth Day of all things so much. Mod ID / Elliot _Winter. And mod ID. You can target to portraits / Elliot, etc. directly to the game. Pretty sure you can just check action load. There's an example somewhere replacing Abigail's portrait with load. Oh, wait, maybe. Okay. Oh, wait, you might be right. You might be right. Hold on a second. It's an example on the wiki. Where is that example on the wiki? Because I know the example you're talking about, actually. I've seen that one when I was first learning, but I totally, like, forgot it. Is it just in, like, basic, like, creating content mods with JSON? Modding content patcher. This one here. Assets. So you have your own thing, and you want to add it, and you just want to replace Abigail with that. How do we do that? Is that written here? So you want to change Abigail's portrait, you would use Content Patcher to load or edit portraits / Abigail. Get portraits / Abigail, load, edit asset. There are 2 conceptual ways you can change an asset. Load the initial version of an asset. Each asset can only be loaded by 1 mod at a time. This is mainly useful for total replacement mods, like mods that completely change an NPC's portrait, or to provide files that don't exist in the content folder. Versus edit. Okay. So, well, let me go check then. Because that's here. Let's see. include, where's the load action? Replaces an entire asset with a version you provide. Yeah, there it is. So we target portrait / Abigail, and we do it with, okay. I think I understand then. It's even easier than I ever thought then. So all I have to do is, instead of loading all this stuff, we do target portraits. Well, let's do characters first. Characters / Elliot. Right? And this will just replace Elliot's basic portrait, I think. Hold on, I think, yeah, my YouTube chat froze on me again. Teehee. Sorry, chat. Let me load you back in. Replace Abigail with bald Elliot is a crazy thing to read as when I load the chat back in. Are you kidding me? Have a good one, Souza. In case I hope I didn't miss you. You were saying goodbye when chat was frozen on me. My apologies. So characters / Elliot, and then we do so characters / Elliot. And we do assets / characters / and then we would just do elliot.png. Elliot.png. And then we would do the same thing here, except we have to do Elliot_beach for both of these. For his beach attire. And then we would do, boom, Elliot_winter for this. Okay. And then we have to do the same with portraits, basically. So in that case, I think we can just copy all 3 of these, duplicate them. And we would just change this part here to portraits. 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 Just copy paste portraits here. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. 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 Save. All right. All the work that Concerned Ape put into his hair, and then this happens. With a few lines of code, you too can destroy Elliot's hair. Well, I believe if I understand how this works correctly, that should be all we need to do, actually. Oh, and not a moment too soon for Kazoom to roll around. Elliot, are you ready to walk the catwalk to the tune of Kazoom with your brand new glistening hairstyle, but not glistening in the way you think? All right, open this up. Give me a second, give me a second. I hope this works. I hope this works right away so that we don't like miss Kazoom, because that's gonna be fantastic to have Kazoom run in the background. Stardew Valley. Okay, delete the old version of the mod. Put in the new and improved version of the mod. Minimize, minimize. Open up Smappy. Come on, come on. No red text, please. Please, no red text. No red, no yellow, no nothing. It's the no red text. Chat, we got no red text. Is Bald Elliot in here? Only one way to find out. Only one way. Oh my gosh. I think the quickest way to check this... Waking up to the possums every time is a little bit jarring. I think the quickest way to check this is just go to the social tab, right? Elliot? I'm a little scared to scroll down. My man! He's looking so clean and freshly shaven! Oh my, Elliot! Hello. Hello, good sir. Ooh, he looks so tiny. His hair does add like an obscene amount of volume to his character. It really does. There he is. Hello, Beatrix. Gonna hit me with the ... I'm the one who did this to you, I'll have you know. Well, not technically me. This was more civics. I'm just the one who loaded it into the game. That's unreal. There's the portrait, man. Visit my cabin whenever you like. I could use the company. Bald Elliot has arrived. There he is, man. Want a truffle, bro? Oh, a present. Thank you. His hair was hiding his short kingliness. He is kind of a short king. How tall am I next to Elliot now? I'm a little taller. Well, he's a short king, man. You hate this so much. Hey, don't hate the mod just because it's doing things that everyone else is too afraid to do. There you go, Antonia. I hope that's satisfactory. Bald Elliot is now a part of our mod, whether we like it or not. Today's festival is being set up. Come back later. What on earth? We can't leave Bald Elliot's cabin, man. We're stuck here until the Dance of the Moonlight Jelly starts. Oh, that's so good. We're trapped in here with them. Well, there you go. Bald Elliot achieved, chat. Bald Elliot achieved. Unpinned message. All right. What next? What next? We are up to 4 hours. It might be about time to call it. It might be time to call it here. I know we have to add like fish pond data and stuff for the raccoon fish, for the bear raccoona. But I'm getting hungry. And stream's getting long. I know I kind of wanted to add more, man. I'm having so much fun with the modding here. Can we do this again sometime? You guys want to keep going tomorrow? I'd be down to do it tomorrow. I'd be down to just keep adding to this mod tomorrow. Back-to-back double feature mod. We can finish up the everything with the bear raccoona tomorrow. And then we can add even more stuff. It's so fun. It's so fun to be able to like bring your guys' ideas to life. Like to like have the most crazy stuff recommended to you, recommended in chat, and then have it made manifest here. This is beautiful. We have the power, man. We have the power. I don't have all the power, as you've seen. There are gaps in my knowledge that make things not always as easy as they could be. But by practicing these skills, hopefully I will massage those gaps away, much like we have massaged all of Elliot's hair away, and make this process even more seamless in the future. Oriental Moons, thank you for the 1 month of support with the Electron level, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Please do this again soon. It was a lot of fun. I might come back to it tomorrow so we can finish up the bear raccoona, because we have a little more to do on that front, and so that we can finish, and so that we can add more stuff. Just keep going with the community mod. Elliot, don't go. Okay, no, he's just walking around, seeing Bald Elliot in motion. It's real. It's happening. How difficult is the raccoon fish? Honestly, not that difficult. We could probably up the difficulty, but I think that's going to be it for now, chat. I will even the mod's in an incomplete state right now, but I feel like I owe it to you all, because you guys were the ones who came up with these ideas and helped me get through all this and put it all together, between the artists and everything. So I feel like I owe it to you to, even in its unfinished state right now, release it to the public, and we'll just update it as we make additions here. So I will, after the stream is over here, I will zip this. I'm not going to upload it to Nexus Mods or anything like that. We'll just have it in the Discord for right now. And I'll pop it in there, and then we'll update it as time goes on. So if you want to experience raccoons in fish form, if you want to experience possums in your barn, or if you want to experience Bald Elliot You know the mod to download. You can download... there's no customizability, unfortunately, right now. So if you want one of them, you have to accept all of them. I'm sorry to say. I will post it in the Discord. Reminder, it is incomplete. But we will be completing more of it tomorrow and adding on to it further from there. I digress. Chat, thank you for joining me for this stream. A very fun one. If you'd like to see more, then click the like button down below. Really helps out the channel. I appreciate it greatly. Subscribe if you want to be notified next time I go live, which will be tomorrow. Same time, same place. Elliot's gone, man. SMH. Yeah. That'll be all. Again, go to the Discord, !point Discord, if you want to download this mod for yourself. I think I'll probably post it in stream discussion, and we'll just pin it there for the time being. I'll just have it in a little zip file that you can unzip. Smappy might be like, there's no update keys for this mod. Make sure you bother the mod author to put the update keys in the mod. But that we only have to worry about that if we're uploading it to Nexus, which we probably will do at some point once the mod is in like a more complete state. This just got recommended to you. Syncopated Glory. I'm sorry you're coming in just as we're finishing up here. But if you want to find out more about this mod and the mod creation process and everything that's going into it and have a chance to have your ideas put into the mod, check back tomorrow. Same time, same place. I'll be live again. Until then, though, thank you once again, chat. Be good to one another. Be good to yourselves. We'll see you on the flip side. This is Argon Matrix signing on out. Thank you and have a good one, friends. Bye-bye!